Good evening, everyone. Are you good over there? Making sure that everything is all set. And can you hear me okay? Hello, hello. Making sure that everything is up and running. Okay, good enough. Um, so I wanted to come back earlier in the week and wanted to present this sooner. However, we're going to jump right on in here. Okay. And apparently everybody can hear okay. So, first of all, good evening, everyone. And let me make sure that this is clear. It looks like it's smudged a bit. Okay. So, um, first of all, welcome back. We're going to actually cover some information tonight that I'm sure might be a little bit sensitive to many of you. Um, and the hope is that you all simply understand what it is that we're actually presenting and where it is that we're coming from. So hopefully, um, everyone will just take in the information, take it for what it is. We're simply making you aware. And it is necessary for all of our members to understand what it is that we're going to be covering tonight. With that said, once again, welcome back. We're glad to be here. We know that it's been a pretty long week. However, another weekend is upon us. We're hoping that you all enjoyed your uh, Sabbath today and that you're enjoying your weekend so far. So, with that in mind, let's go ahead and jump right in. Make your comments known, questions that you might have. We'll get to them. If not during, then we'll get to them at the end. So, jumping right on in. So, we started off last week talking about the General Council's resolution. They had put together a resolution and we read it last week. We did not go into extensive detail. Um, that's what tonight is for. However, with that said, we need to cover just a few basics and we're going to build up on that. So, a property deeds is what we're going to be talking about starting off. A property deed is a physical legal document used to transfer ownership, which is called a title, of real estate from a seller called the grantor. I'm granting you something, to a buyer called the grantee. To be valid, it must identify, to be legal, to be legitimate. It must identify both parties, the grantor and the grantee. Include a legal description of the property, the deed, and contain transfer language, meaning that the property is going from one to the other in clear language, and be signed by the grantor. To help you better understand what makes a deed legitimate or valid and how the process works, you can watch a quick breakdown. We have a few videos posted. I'm not putting up the links, I'm just reading to describe what they are. But common types of deeds. You have one, a general warranty deed. This type of deed gives the buyer the most protection. A general warranty. It has a guarantee. The seller guarantees that they have a clear title and will defend it against any claim, even from past owners. Claims are like liens. If there's debt that you owe and you have not paid, individuals that are your creditors, they can actually file to have a lien placed against your property. In the event that you are to sell it, what you owe them will come out of that purchase. That's a lien. A warranty deed, a general warranty deed, is free and clear. It's guaranteed to not have any debt. It's not to have any issues with the title at all. And you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about as we get into the video. Special warranty deed. The seller only guarantees protection against claims or defects that happen during the time they owned the property. Many people don't build a property right out the gate. Many people purchase properties that were already built, already erected, already functioning. And many times you'll run into this type of a deed. A special warranty is the individual actually guaranteeing certain things while it was in their possession. Prior to them purchasing it, which is why they keep that data, is sales history. Prior to the date that they purchased it, they have nothing to do with this. They're not guaranteeing anything about that, whether it's a sewage pipe, a water pump, or whatever, only the time that they had it. A quit claim deed is what we're going to jump into. A quit claim deed. These types of deeds transfer whatever interest the seller has with no warranties or guarantees whatsoever. It's often used between family members or to fix errors on a title. It's just a quit claim. I quit. I'm turning it over to you. Whatever is with it, it's coming as is. Just like you purchase a vehicle as is with no warranties, that's pretty much what a quit claim deed is. Now, with that in mind, look at this. This is a little bit complicated to many people looking at it. But I want you to look at the writing. All the black and white, you see United House of Prayer for all people, United House of Prayer for all people, United House of Prayer for all people. What this is a data collection of one property that transferred ownership. Okay. One property that transferred ownership. And with the property transferring ownership, let me blow this back up again. With the property transferring ownership, look down the column, look at the colored sections, and you'll see one particular where it begins in 1965. Okay. Now, here you see every transaction from the first deed. Okay. Now, we're not going to get into all of them right now. We're going to come back to this a little bit later, but this is just so that you will see what the logging and the data collection of what a deed actually looks like. And with that in mind, Again, we're going to come back to this. Look at this here. Quit claim deed. Now, we read this in the last frame. Now, what I'm doing is some of these frames you're going to see at the bottom, this is intentional wording that comes across the screen. What I'm showing you is how to research and look up information online. All of this, for the most part, is an AI bot. Okay. So when you're looking at it, you're going to see, let me get that page back. When you're looking at it, thank you, you're going to see the bottom line on some of the slides is going to be at the top of the next slide. That way, you actually know that all of the information is consistent. It's not anything that I'm throwing in here. I ask a question, and then you're going to see AI tell you the answer from AI's perspective, not mine. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm just going to be reading what it is that you see the computer spit out. So here, key rules of deeds. Signing only the grantor. Now, this is important because you're going to see some things that's going to stand out. It's going to be pretty strange. Signing only the grantor, the person giving up the property, must sign the deed. The grantee does not need to sign the deed. Only the grantor needs to. Now, it's not a big deal if the grantee does actually sign it, but it's not necessary. No one's going to ask them to sign it. And you need to remember that so that you understand why I'm saying this now going forward. Notarization. Most states require the grantor's signature to be notarized to prove it was done willingly. Why not the grantee? Because I don't need to notarize that I'm receiving property. You need to notarize in most states that you're giving away property. And the purpose for that is because the state wants to have a record of where the person receiving it got that property from. Therefore, if anything comes up,
Mm,
right?
that's interesting. Let me make this back big, but that's very interesting.
Yeah. Uh, and the reason is because things may come up. Keep in mind, when people file paperwork downtown, they're not going to verify it. They're not going to check it. They're not going to make sure that all the information is accurate. They're not investigators. Okay. They just are looking for certain information. Did you put in A, the answer to this question? A. Did you make sure that you put B in? Did you make sure you did C? Did you make sure that you signed it? Did you make sure that you added this information? All of that is there. Okay, let me see. All right, you got that. You got that. Good enough. And they will take it, stamp it, and they will file it. They're not interested in verifying or confirming the information on that document. They only need to make sure that the information that they want is on the document so that if something comes up later down the line, now they can pull this document and they find the information that they're looking for and they know who to catch up with because that information will lead them to who the property came from. So if there's a problem with the property, now they can track that problem. You were thinking something about what I just said?
No, no, I mean that's just good information, good to know. I found it to, just be very interesting.
Hmm.
Because like you would think that they would need both, you know what I mean? But I guess it does only matter that the current owner or the grantor is the one who, actually files anything. I mean, why do I need to file something to say that
Receive.
I got it, you know? Yeah.
Right. If you're giving or selling a seven, eight, $900,000 home, $20,000 car, $1.8 million property, they want to know that individual where you got it from. As long as nothing comes up, It's all gravy.
Mhm.
However, if something does come up, they're going to be knocking on that person's shoulder. Many people all the time purchase things that are questionable, but
Mhm.
the government knows that, right? Anytime many people are looking for used items, everybody don't buy brand new. I happen to
Mhm.
think that it's not the smartest thing to purchase brand new, because it's
Mhm.
going to lose a lot of its value
Mhm.
instantaneously right after you open it or walk out with it. But
Yeah.
used, right? We hear this all the time. For those who go thrifting, I love thrifting.
Mhm.
Used or like new, barely used, right? Still same quality, um,
Mhm.
and it's going to get the job done. Uh,
Yeah.
so, looking at the notarization, that's why only the grantor needs to notarize. Recording, while a deed transfers ownership upon delivery and acceptance. Delivery, I'm bringing it. I'm accepting it. You're accepting it. I'm
Mhm.
bringing it. It should be recorded at your local county office, such as the Registry of Deeds, to give public notice of your ownership. And that way it becomes more solidified because once you post it and make a public notification of that posting, now you're giving the public the opportunity to speak up in the event that there's something that you're aware of pertaining to that specific property. Now, this is going to be
Mhm.
difficult because people don't know when property ownership is changing, right? Which is why it's so easy to do what we're going to talk about tonight. But again, when something comes up later, what you do today, I don't know anything about. I'm not reading all the newspapers, we're not checking them all out. And I'm certainly not going to find this little teeny tiny 7 by 3 inch ad or posting that you put in yesterday's post Wednesday afternoon. No
Mhm.
one's going to know about it. But what makes it legal is the fact that you actually posted it and made it public notice.
Mhm.
When I come up 4 years later and something happens, job, I need to move, I can't keep the house, I know I'm not coming back, I put the house up for sale. All of a sudden, my insurance company tells me they did a title search, and for whatever reason,
Mhm.
there's a problem with me selling the house. Or wait a minute, what do you mean there's a problem? Well, we found something on
Mhm.
the title when we did a title search. They're checking out that
Mhm.
title to see if there's anything attached to it. And many people have found out that their homes were actually sold right out from underneath their feet without their knowledge
Mhm.
because they don't verify this information. Again, everybody stick with me because you're going to be alarmed at what you find out tonight. Um, so look at that bottom. It says, please tell me what specific question or issue you have with your deed so I can give you a precise answer. And I left that there. I want you all to see it. I think I left it on two so that y'all can see that I'm simply putting information in and letting AI do all the talking. Okay. Um, Look at this next frame here. It
Get out of
says,
the way.
I'm sorry. Uh, okay. And yeah, I thought there was an option to put those windows on the side. And some of these frames are wide, some of them
Yeah,
are
it
long.
is. It's all good.
But here, this is a quit claim deed, what you're looking at right now. Okay. And you see highlighted at yellow at the top. Um, but pay attention to what you see on this quit claim deed. Um, it says, "Know all men by these presents um, that Brian Tucker." Let me get that up one more time. Can you blow that page up again? Okay. Um, Brian Tucker here and after. And you all, my eyes, I'm 2.5 days. A lot of you have been calling and texting. I haven't. responded.
It's all good.
So yes, y'all know in the audience what's going on. So my vision is very, very blurred right now because I'm on fumes. But uh, Brian Tucker, there and after, called Grand Tour in consideration of $10 and other valuable consideration to the Grand Tour. That means I'm receiving, the Grand Tour is receiving $10 to the Grand Tour in hand, did at and before the sealing of these presents by the United House of Prayer for all people of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith, thereafter called grantee. So the House of Prayer is the grantee. The House of Prayer is the one receiving the property. Brian is the one giving the property. Okay. Um, in the state aforesaid, the receipt of which is hereby acknowledged, have granted, the grantor has granted, bargained, sold, and released for $10, sold and released, and by these presents do grant, bargain, sell, and release unto the grantee herein the property described as follows. Now, we're not going to read all of that, but who is the grantee in this specific deed? Well, if you look at the red arrow at the bottom of the page, you'll see it says the grantee's address is 1665 North Portal Drive, Northwest Washington, D.C. That's the grantee's
Mm-mm.
address. Okay. Now, if you look, one second, at this next page, you'll see at the top, personally appeared before me the undersigned, who being duly sworn, deposes and says, I have read the information on the affidavit and I understand such information. The property is being transferred, the ownership is being transferred by Brian Tucker to blank. Who's it being transferred to? Now, contemporaneously herewith. Now, if you look at the blue arrow, it says this deed is exempt, or excuse me, exempt from the deed recording fee because exemption number one, transferring realty in which the value of the realty, as defined in Code Section 122430, is equal to or less than $100. So, what this deed is saying, I don't need to pay a transfer fee because it's less, the value is less than $100. I'm
That doesn't even
selling
make sense.
for $10. What was that again?
That doesn't even make sense to me because it has a deed. But
Well,
okay.
but y'all gonna see again, you can put whatever information you want on a lot of government documentation, whether it's local government, county government, city government, or federal government. You can put anything you want. Now, the hope is that the information that you put on the documents are accurate and true. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say that Mr. Tucker is not really aware of everything going on right here. And I'm going to say that confidently. Now, I know it may look, feel, and seem like while he was carrying this out, he's aware of everything. But what you're going to realize as we go through this video is many times individuals are not always aware of everything because people who are telling them things are not telling them everything. So I'm going to be of the impression that Mr. Tucker simply is not aware of what's really going on right now. And you all are going to find out what I'm talking about shortly. Um, but if you go down to the green underlined section, as required by code section 122430 or 70, I state that I am a responsible person who is connected with the transaction as grantor. Now, the date that this deed was filed is here at the bottom, August the 30th, 2024. August the 30th, 2024. Now, you all remember, August 30th, 2024, we didn't have a bishop. August 30th, 2024 was after Mr. Bailey had deceased. August was prior to October. October 13th is when we had the special assembly, when the election was held. So here's August 30th, where this transaction is being carried out. And it's interesting to me because the grantee's name is not on this deed. The grantee is the entity known as the United House of Prayer for All People. But on the first form I showed you, the grantee's address is 1665 North Portal Drive. Now, we can say that that's the headquarters of the entity, the
Yeah,
organization.
I got questions on it. I mean, because being that it's left blank, that's the same thing to me as writing a blank check. I mean, the address could be the address, but is it going to the organization or is it going to some sort of a trust or something like that? You know,
Well, not yet. It's going to be
mhm,
interesting though, because in a deed, the deed gives you the information, right? Remember, and this is why we read the first frame to give those definitions and what it must include. It must include what
mhm,
is being transferred, right?
mhm,
And so we have a grantor and we have a grantee. And by
right.
law, in corporate law, remember, a business can be its own entity. So a
Mhm,
business can function on paper as an actual person.
mhm,
Okay, and we're gonna get there in a moment. And I'm telling you all, this is also very interesting, especially how this unfolds. But again, that date, August 30th, 2024, stands out because remember, we had no bishop.
mm, okay,
And if,
interesting.
right, and if we had no bishop,
How is
mm,
that? Okay,
then who's actively functioning on behalf of the
the
organization,
organization.
right? So let's go to the next.
I know what it is. It
Uh-huh.
has to be the spirit of the man waiting on the body to get there, the new body,
Is
right?
very interesting. Um, some people might say that, but we know that in between elections, we have an individual who's been designated, handpicked, selected, and appointed,
Hmm.
right,
Yeah.
by the former bishop,
Hmm.
which is also questionable because that position is a position that the members have absolutely nothing to do with. They have no say so in. An
Hmm.
individual who's going to replace the CEO in the event that he is incapacitated or he's not in office due to whatever reason, he's
Hmm.
picking his own substitute,
I thought the people picked that.
right?
You know.
So you have a CEO who's saying, in the event that I'm not able to do whatever,
Hmm.
I get the power and the authority to designate my responsibilities, my authorities, my powers in this organization to someone of my own choosing. Okay. That's a little problematic. Um, so we know that we have someone that the Constitution says, in the event that the bishop is not in office or service, that this individual, called the senior minister, designated and appointed by the bishop, they will act as the CEO with all powers of the CEO. But we're going to look a little bit closely at the Constitution a little bit later on as well. So, with that in mind, um, look at this again and notice it is a quit claim deed. But also notice it's not the same quit claim deed. But also notice if you look at the description, this description tells you that it's talking about the same property. Okay. Now, at the top of this quit claim deed, it says, know all men by these presents that the United House of Prayer for all people of the church on the rock of the apostolic faith, hereinafter called grantor, the last deed, the house of prayer was the grantee. This deed, the house of prayer is now the grantor. Watch carefully. The house of prayer, hereinafter called grantor,
Hmm.
in consideration of $10, the same amount of money that the last grantor received to sell the property to the United House of Prayer for all people. Well, now the house of prayer is coming back, and the house of prayer is now saying, well, I'm going to quit claim this deed. For $10, I'm going to give it to someone else. Now, watch. It says $10 and other valuable consideration to the grantor received in hand, paid at and before the sealing of these presents by Bishop A.D. Cunningham and his successors, trustees, as trustee for the United House of Prayer for all people of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith, a nonprofit corporation organized and existing under the laws of the District of Columbia, hereinafter called grantee. Hmm. So I'm going to read the bottom of this. I'm going to come back, explain what's going on here. The receipt of which is hereby acknowledged, have granted, bargained, sold, and released, and by these presents do grant, bargain, sell, and release unto the grantee herein the property described as follows. Now it's the same property in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Now, what this says is that the house of prayer just sold a property for $10 to Mr. A.D. Cunningham, the trustee on behalf of the United House of Prayer for All People. The House of Prayer organization just sold a property to Mr. Cunningham for $10.
Wowzers.
Let's go a little further.
Wow. Wow. That is a red flag. We just
Mm,
recently went over this with some slides, and we talked about how by law it has to be um, done at full market retail value. And then we also talked about that they had the option to do quick deeds, and that quick deeds, if that was the case, should have been done for all of the properties that are today listed in the SC Madison Trust name. Quick deeds should have been done to transfer all of that to every bishop thereafter, and everything should be in AD Cunningham's name via a quick deed, if
well,
that's the case.
well, we're gonna get there,
Mm, sorry.
and that's why. No, it's all good. This is why I said earlier, if y'all presented that information, then this is perfect because it's going
Hmm.
to actually piggyback on that and go into a bit more extensive detail over
Yeah,
one
solid.
transaction. So we're going to
Mm,
dive in one transaction. We're going to pick all this information apart to look at exactly what's taking place here. Now, what you just said is a mouthful, but
yeah.
we're going to understand how they're doing what they're doing. Because for those of you who don't know, Mrs. Ms. Miss Madison has a master's degree,
Mm,
and she has quite a bit of knowledge in real estate, quite a bit of
mm-hmm.
knowledge in contract law. Anyway, let me get back on topic. But my point here is when you learn about certain subjects, you also learn how to use the laws within those fields.
Right.
Okay. So as you see and understand what we're getting at, you're going to see so much more as we uncover this. Look at this highlighted section at the bottom, the yellow. Um, Derivation. This being all or a portion of the property conveyed unto the grantors named herein by deed of Brian Tucker, dated August 30th, 2024, and recorded. Now, this is showing us that this is the exact same property that Mr. Tucker came, quit claim deeded to the House of Prayer for $10. Okay. He received $10 to give this property to the House of Prayer.
Mm, mm,
Now, that was on August 30th, 2024. Now, the grantee's address at the bottom, the blue line, the grantee,
mm-hmm.
1665 North Portal Drive, Northwest. So the grantee is now living at 1665. But it says up here that the grantee is Mr. A.D. Cunningham.
Mm,
And in the last quit claim deed, the grantee also lived at Portal Drive, but we didn't have a name. The grantee in this contract, this deed, lives at Portal Drive. On the last deed, the grantee also lived at Portal Drive. The problem here is August 30th, there shouldn't have been anybody living at Portal Drive. That's one thing.
Well, I think someone may have a question about that because I was looking at one of the comments here, and I think that she mentioned that Miss Chrissy Taylor mentioned that Bailey passed in 2023. I know you had said that that date was significant about 2024.
Uh-huh.
So could you just kind of elaborate on that a little bit, I guess, to answer whatever questions they may have been having,
And what was that again
why
about?
those dates are significant? So you had said something earlier about we didn't have a bishop during this time, and I think
Mhm.
you were talking about in 2024, but that's when they commented, well, Bailey passed in 2023. So could you kind of clear up those dates to kind of bring some
Oh,
clarity to them?
and that's my mistake. Um, and thank you for clarifying this. This is why I tell everybody always ask questions, call us out if we get something wrong, and point it out. And you're absolutely right. Whoever this person was, they're absolutely right. The date was October 13th, 2023, when Mr. Cunningham put himself in the seat, um,
Hmm.
with the council's assistance. So uh, let's not any longer look at August 30th, 2024. And thank you for that correction. Everything else is what we're focusing on. I kept talking about August 30th because at that time I was linking that to the other things that I had spoken of before that shows clearly that there's things done uh, prior to the election that put Mr. Cunningham in the seat as the bishop. And all of that is solid, rock hard evidence. Nobody can dispute it. This that I said tonight not only can be disputed, but it should have been disputed because we don't want inaccurate information to go out. If we're not sure of it, then you're going to hear me say I'm uncertain. But with that, as I said, I'm on fumes, and that date stood out to me 24 because there's some other things that should not have been happening that were happening. So my apologies on that date, and you're absolutely right. So let's pay no more attention to that date, August 30th. Um, However, looking at this portion of the deed, what we're seeing a few days later, after August 30th, okay, you see in October 21st, this is not even 60 days. So somewhere around 45-ish days, this quit claim deed was filed. Okay. Now, again, you all need to understand why this is important as well, because it shows intent. So you had somebody that comes and quit claim a deed for $10 to give it to the house of prayer. And then you had Mr. Cunningham who came and had the house of prayer sell it to him for $10 as the trustee. Now, that alone should raise questions, but we're going to answer those
Hmm.
questions as we go forward. Okay. Uh, Now, it says here um, where he signed, Mr. Cunningham signed. Look at how he signed. Bishop A.D. Cunningham, sole trustee and CEO. Sole trustee. Now, we've been talking about this because we've been hearing over and over and over and over and over. Sole trustee, sole trustee, sole trustee. We're going to get into the nitty gritty of what that means. Look at uh, the notary public, the red arrow at the bottom. Who do we have here? Brenda Hall. I've been telling you over and over and over. I don't know if you've been hammering this, Golden Boy, but there's staff members and there's individuals that are being used around the organization that members don't know anything about,
Yep.
right? And here's another clear example where Miss Brenda Hall, I had no idea, was a notary public. Mr.
Her name is
Sterling
on a
Green,
lot of documents as the notary. Yeah.
right? Her, Mr. Sterling Green is another one. You're going to see
hmm
Cynthia McDowell. Now you're going
Oh
to see
yeah.
some of the same names, right? You're familiar with that name.
Yes, sir. I just read that name on a
Mhm.
document that we came across recently.
Yeah, all over the place.
hmm
Miss Carol Jackson, all over the place.
hmm
Miss Mickey Bailey, all over the place.
hmm
Mr. Elliot Thompson.
Oh
Um,
yes.
you're going to see some of these councilmen, which we're going to get into that as well, which is why we're talking about this tonight, to show you all the work that the council does that the members don't know anything about. And you haven't seen councilmen do their work yet, but it's coming because the council's doing the work to set up the CEO and the bishop at House of Prayer to do what they're doing. He could not do what he's doing here if the council did not do what they did back there. And we're going to get there in a little bit. So this is just more evidence to show you that they utilize individuals within the executive office to sign paperwork as a notary public. And so they pay for, it appears, certifications for staff members to become certified notary publics so that they can sign off on paperwork. They have an in house attorney so that they can sign and file paperwork. And they have other staff persons around them making sure that all these other things are being filed, all without the knowledge or consent of the members whatsoever. Right now, look at this next form. Next slide. Here we see the yellow arrow at the top. Now it's going over the same quit claim deed. I've read the information on this affidavit and I understand such information. The property being transferred by the United House of Prayer for all people of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith to, it's being transferred to. There's a difference with someone being in a position and speaking on behalf of an organization. There's a difference between speaking on behalf of versus property being transferred from the organization to me. This is clearly saying property was transferred to me. And remember, money was paid. $10 was utilized in this transaction twice. $10 came from Mr. Cunningham as the United House of Prayer for Mr. Tucker. Now, again, I'm glad that this individual brought that date up because August the 30th, that blank that was there, that blank should have had Mr. Cunningham's name in it because August the 30th of 2024, he was at that time the CEO and the bishop. Is that not correct? And if he was the bishop, then he should have been signing as Bishop A.D. Cunningham, trustee for the House of Prayer. But I'm going to show you why he didn't sign that first deed. And we're going to get there in a moment. But this transferred to Bishop A.D. Cunningham and his successor trustees or trustee for the United House of Prayer for All People. And if you look down at the green arrow at the bottom, as required by Code Section 122470, I state that I am a responsible person who is connected with the transaction as grantor. This deed, he's giving the property away for $10. And who's he giving it to? Himself. So, as the trustee of the organization, he sold, apparently, according to this quick claim deed, it appears that he sold the property to himself as the trustee, and he sold it to himself as the trustee and successors or trustee. Now, this is all confusing to some people, but when you add one word to a name,
Shaking my head.
it changes the entire name. So when you say trustee for the United House of Prayer for All People versus successor trustee or trustee for, now you're talking about a different person altogether. And that's how the law works. You'll see this in a moment. You see Brenda Hall signed at the bottom, and you see the bottom over here, Mr. Cunningham signed sole trustee and CEO. And you're going to learn why he did that in a moment. Look at this next slide. Now, if a company hires a CEO, what was that question? Somebody said, let me get this right. Oh, I'm sorry. Um, if a company,
Sorry, that was just for the viewers to read as we're continuing along. Sorry.
yeah, no, it's all good. If a company hires a CEO, do they generally change the deed to the property and put it in the name of the CEO as the trustee? Or does the property generally remain on the deed in the name of the company? AI says no, the property deed remains in the name of the company.
Hmm.
When a
Hmm.
company hires a new CEO, they do not change the deed to put it in the CEO's name, even as a trustee.
Hmm.
Why the deed stays in the company name?
That's the
Separate.
question we posed is why aren't all of these edifices, as we call them, why are they not all in the name of the organization?
Yeah, and that's coming up. Yeah. Like I said, I figure because I know how y'all go ham on some of the subjects and y'all dig in as much as you can to pick it apart.
Hmm.
So uh, when y'all see some of the slides coming up, you're actually going to see what Golden Boy is talking about. So you're going to see the names in different places of different individuals and how they did
Mm.
what they did as we explain why they're actually doing it so that it will all make sense
Ooh,
to everyone,
I
right?
knew this would be good.
So, why the deed stays in the company name? Why is it supposed to? Why should it? Why would a CEO keep it in the company name? Why does a company keep it in the name? It separates legal entity. A corporation or LLC is a legal distinct person. This is what we were saying earlier. The company is a legal and distinct person that can own property independent of its officers or owners. The company on paper is a person. McDonald's restaurant on paper is a person. KFC is a person. Campbell Soup Incorporated is a person. They don't
Yep.
need the CEO of the restaurant or the soup company to put their name on the property's deeds.
Even an illegal alien that comes in, not an illegal alien, even a foreigner that comes in properly,
Mhm.
um, they don't have an American birth certificate, right? So they even get what's called a tax ID number to identify them as an entity that's able to legally function within the confines of the United States. Then they can start a business, they can get their own place to live, they can get cable in their name, they can get, pretty much whatever they want. They can enroll their children into school, all of those
Yep.
things, but you have to be a legal entity, something that the government can tax or not tax is what it boils down to. Um, so that's just the American way.
Right. It's like getting a job and you're on probation, right? But you
Hmm.
don't know whether you're going to pass, make the grade, and your probation might be 60 days. And if you anybody who saw the movie Pursuit of Happiness, where the character had 6 months to perform, and the job is not yours yet. It depends on your performance. But every individual, even though they don't have the job, the company still gives them, as Golden Boy just described, their own ID number so that they can identify them as their own person inside the company. You have a company that you start or at home business, whatever it is, you will get a number and something to identify you on paper, making your company on paper its own entity. And this is how people, when they have the most horrible credit, they'll start an at home business. And now you see them buying everything on credit, credit, credit. How are they doing it? Because they're not using their personal credit. Their personal credit is shot, but now they have business credit and they can purchase everything they want in the name of their business because their business has credibility that can get loans from the bank. So this is saying that there's no need for a CEO to do what we see our CEOs actually doing. It's not necessary. They also keep it separate for corporate continuity. Property ownership stays tied to the property ownership stays tied to the business. Okay. This lid belongs to this cup. This cup is the company I run. I don't need to take the lid and put the lid in my name. I run the entire company. The lid stays on the cup. I don't need to take the lid off and put it in my pocket whenever I leave the cup behind. I leave the lid on the cup because the lid is not going to go nowhere. As long as I run the company, that lid stays where it is. As long as our CEO is over the company, the property is going to stay where it is. It's going to blow you all's mind why they're doing this. Stay with me. So, for corporate continuity, you keep the property of the company in the name of the company. That guarantees the corporate will continue even without the CEO. CEOs get in accidents. CEOs have divorces and they go on binges and they fly off somewhere. They have problems where companies can get new CEOs, but if a CEO is transferring all of the company's assets into their name, that's a big problem. Okay. So the CEO role, the CEO is merely an employee at the bottom of the page. He's merely an employee and an agent of the company, not a owner or trustee of corporate real estate. He's
Surely not precious.
right. But what do we hear all the time in our organization? Y'all taking care of my buses? Y'all take care of my houses? I want all my bands, my choirs performing, my this, my that, my everything, even down to my party. The service is mine. It's in the honor of me. What company have you ever seen hire a CEO and then the company revolves around the CEO? We never see this. Um, Look at this. Avoidable costs. Changing a deed incurs unnecessary transfer taxes, recording fees, and administrative burdens. You're going to have to pay transfer tax, you're going to have to pay recording fees, and it's going to cost all types of burdens for administration. Administration meaning human resources, because they got to file more paperwork. They got to file more paperwork. They got to sign more paperwork. They got to listen. All those deeds you had Brenda Hall's name on it. This is more paperwork. Elliot Thompson, more paperwork, right? All this paper, stamp, paper, notary public, paper, witness, it's paper, paper, paper. It's unnecessary. And each one of those documents, got to pay for it. Watch carefully. Now, when the company keeps the property in the name of the company, you don't have to do all of that. It's not required, right? So if you leave it in the name of the company, it doesn't matter who come and who go, because the property's not going nowhere. The company is stabilized and everyone revolves around the company and the assets, the property. But the company does not revolve around the CEO. The CEO is supposed to be looking after the company. So the CEO role we just talked about, look at the exception for corporate trusts. In a corporate trust, the only time a trustee's name appears on a corporate deed is if the company holds the property through a specific corporate trust. Even then, the trustee named is typically a financial institution, right? A financial institution or a legal trust entity, a company name, not the individual CEO, or maybe a representative of a company, but that person still will not be the CEO. Now, when a CEO signs real estate documents like a sale or a lease, they sign on behalf of the company as an authorized officer, but their name is never, ever added to the title. So here's one of those slides so that you all will see. This is straight off of AI. Please tell me if you're reviewing a specific deed that has a name you don't recognize. Drafting an agreement, right? Just so you all can understand, I'm not typing this stuff up. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm sharing with you what the general information is online about this subject. Now, watch carefully. What if the company is a nonprofit or a church organization? Do they Generally,
1 second. Brother Lewis will be right back. Look like he got booted out. So just give him 1 second. Mm, 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 mm. Let's listen to some Sweet River while we wait on. 'Think he got a phone call. Plug mine up. There we go. All right. We always got some Sweet River on backup.
yeah, it said Microsoft blocked my site. I don't believe that was Microsoft.
Mm,
Yeah. Um, we're used to that by now. Um,
hmm.
but I'm supposing, okay, so yes, same slide. So what if a nonprofit is the company is a nonprofit or a church organization? Do they generally change the deed? Um, and the answer, of course, is no. Even for nonprofits and church organizations, the property generally remains in the legal name of the organization, not the CEO. Um, under scenario one, matter of fact, let me go back. Did we finish that last slide?
Yeah, we were right on the slide that you had clicked on, but as soon as you clicked on it, you got booted, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken.
Yeah,
But we just stayed right where you were. That's why I love this platform because like if you get booted, it stays right where you left off.
it
So
doesn't. Okay. Yeah, I
hmm
appreciate that. That's pretty sweet.
hmm
Um, so the exception for corporate trusts. Um, when a CEO signs real estate documents like a sale or lease, they sign on behalf of the company as an authorized officer, but their name is never added to the title. And yes, let me jump right back to that next one. Um, here, we're talking about churches, how they handle property slightly differently than typical corporations, depending on whether they are legally incorporated. Scenario number one, the nonprofit or church is incorporated. This is the most common. If the organization is registered, with the state as a nonprofit corporation, it operates under the same continuity rules as a regular business. The deed, it holds the property strictly in the corporate name. The deed will have the name of that corporation, not the name of the CEO. First Community Church is the example here. And executive transitions, when a new CEO or pastor takes over, no changes are made to the deed. The organization's bylaws dictate who holds the signing authority to manage or sell that property. Right? So you have a group of people making those decisions, not one person. And again, you're going to learn why it's set up that way and why he signs things the way that he does as sole trustee. Look at scenario number 2. The church is unincorporated. If there is no corporation, historically or in specific traditional church structures, some churches operate as unincorporated religious associations, meaning they're not affiliated with or have anything to do with a 501c3. Because an unincorporated entity cannot easily hold property title on its own in some states, they actually use a board of trustees. When it comes to the deed, typically lists the collective board written as the trustees of Grace Church and their successors in office. And what that means is once they put that there, that's what stays there. It does not change. Even when it comes to executive transitions, individual names of the trustees, which might include a senior leader, but usually includes multiple church elders, do not get updated on the deed every time a person leaves. The legal phrase and their successors automatically transfers the property holding power. The property holding power. I have the power, the authority to hold the property. I'm the one holding the property. I'm the keeper of the ring, right? um, for those who saw The Hobbit, right? Only one person held the ring. That's the one with the power. Or in this instance, that person, they have the authority to do things, but the name of that property ownership never changes. I can do what I need, but the name of that property's ownership stays exactly where it is in the name of the board, the corporation, the business, whatever it is. And if you're going to put it in the name of the group, then what this is saying is and their successors, it means indefinitely. Whoever comes, whoever goes, whoever comes, whoever goes, whoever comes, whoever goes, that piece of paper stays right where it is. The holding power to whoever's currently elected to the church's board, bypassing the need to pay for and record a new deed. So why are we paying for new deeds? We are not. The people don't know that this is going on. The people aren't aware of this, but he is. He's paying $10.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In order to receive property from the house of prayer, he paid $10. Now that's for this one property. Now there's a lot of things we've been finding and coming across and got in the trunk that Not going to have time to show, can't even talk about it. It'll come up later. This is one example, and I'm going to dive deeper and deeper and deeper into this one transaction so that you understand explicitly how this works. Why personal names are kept off of the title? Why keep them off the deed? Putting a property deed into the personal name of a CEO or a lead pastor, even with trustee attached, creates massive financial transparency issues. Title defects upon their death or departure, and unnecessary tracking burdens for the county that that deed is in. It's unnecessary. You're causing additional workloads for people just by updating a deed with a new name and a new name and a new name and a new name. That's not commonly done. It's not normal to do that. So look at the next question. When a CEO hired by a nonprofit organization, now y'all gonna notice some of my typing. The more tired I got, I'm just saying.
We hanging in there with you, brother Lewis. We hanging in there with you. It's
Yeah,
okay. No worries.
this was a two and a half day event. Um, well, anyway, when a CEO hired by a nonprofit organization who gives themselves power as a trustee acquires or purchases real estate on behalf of the organization, is the real estate that was purchased to be placed in the name of the organization on the deed, or is the CEO required to put his name on the deed and add the word trustee to identify himself as such? What is the purpose of putting, now y'all might say, well, we just answered that question. I know, I did it intentionally. Um, and let me see. Thank you. Um, what is the purpose of putting their name on the deed instead of naming the organization as the owner? Why would they do that? Why would they know? Some of this we know, but I want y'all to see what AI says. What is the purpose of adding the CEO's name on the biennial report as the beneficial owner, along with a friend of his, the second beneficial owner? So that you all understand, all I'm doing is I'm linking now things that we already know has transpired and taken place. Why would I want my name on a deed? And why would I want my name on a beneficial owner report called a biennial report? And why would I name a friend of mine also on that report? Placing property in the name of the organization versus the CEO slash trustee. When an authorized executive purchases real estate on behalf of an incorporated nonprofit, the law strongly prefers and expects the deed to name the organization itself as the sole owner. The law prefers and expects the name of the company to be the sole owner. The law expects it.
No,
Example?
that's crazy. That is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That you just said that the law expects it and not suggests it.
Right.
But I've been noticing in recent messages from Cunningham, he's been subtly letting on to different things that have to be done according to the law of the land without letting on too much. He just kind of glazes over like super fast so that no one like understands what he says, but like he acknowledges the fact that he'll say, "Oh, because that's because the such and such say so," or for instance, like just announcing that they're having the parade.
Hmm.
He said, "Well, we're having it because the government said that we can have it now." They now said that we are allowed to do it. I mean, you can't just go do it just because you're Addy, right? So, subtly he lets on to the fact that the laws of the land tend to prevail. So,
Right.
just an
Unlike
interesting
before, where
fact.
it's I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
So it sounds like what you're saying. I haven't had time to even the recordings. I might be about
Yeah.
13 recordings behind.
Yeah. 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 I understand why. It's a lot. Yeah.
um, but
hmm
even with the recordings, it sounds like what you're saying is that uh, the little g is letting
That. Yep.
me that I can't do what I want to
hmm
do all the time. And this is
hmm
it's paramount. It's beneficial for the members to actually hear, understand, and take heed to what's happening. We're
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
seeing more and more and more a backing away from the
Yeah.
idea that it's what I say
hmm
and no one can judge me.
Well, we just said that as well, Ms. Mintz and I. We were pointing out on one of our recent lives, hey, you guys do understand that this is the little G here talking, So with that in mind, as you say so eloquently, um, like I don't know, man. Folks just got to wake up and look at the writing on the wall. I don't want to go much further than that.
It's very telling, and for this type of questioning to come up, and all I'm doing is I'm asking questions that many people, many of you have asked me
Absolutely.
pertaining to some of these things, but so everybody can see it, right?
hmm
And so this says when placing property in the name of the organization versus CEO, there is no legal requirement, the second paragraph, for a CEO to include their personal name on a corporate deed. There's none, no legal requirement whatsoever. Placing the name of an individual officer on a deed as a trustee is an archaic holding method, meaning it is so old, it's dinosaur age. Why are we sharpening bones and so that we can
So,
dig
so you're
through
saying
mud?
it's a tactic out of the archives, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
They had to go to the archives to pull that one out. No one
Oh,
thinks of that. Sort of like our current commander in chief, when he tried to use like a 1909 or a 1901 law to it's a law it's a really really old law that he used. I think it might have been for birthright citizenship, um, but it's archival, right? Sometimes they try to pull from old laws. They're still in effect, but we don't use them for a reason. You know what I mean? And so that's the mess up with the American government. A lot of times we have outdated laws, and then
mhm.
you can reach way back, and try to pull that into present day when it doesn't necessarily fit. And
which is
so
which is exactly why we archive it,
yeah.
right? We're
Yeah,
not
and I'm
going
not saying I'm for or against what the president has got going on right now either. I'm just using that as an example.
to.
That's not to bring politics into any of this at all. But just want to make sure I use a good example of how you can pull from the archive up to present day.
But
Very strategic.
and this is what they're saying, because to do that, what you're doing is holding the property in your name. But you don't need to do that, especially today with the advent of all this technology. Uh,
Yeah.
and so we see modern corporate law treats a registered nonprofit as a distinct uh, and is that individual person capable of holding title in its own name, and how long? Permanently.
Mm-mm-mm.
It's no need for putting it in my name. So why would I want to do that? Well, if I'm calling everything in the organization mine, like we talked about with my choirs, my
Mm-hmm.
bands, my buses, my houses, my this, my that, well,
My
then it
Maybach.
shows, right? It shows you have a personal interest in claiming. And we showed in the last video the profile of Mr. Cunningham owning 526 properties, having a worth of 549 million. How are you worth that much? And how did you acquire 526 properties? Well, then we showed the next profile picture was of the organization. And coincidentally enough, the organization is said had 526 properties. And it
I
said that it
oh,
was
hold
worth
on. That one's
549 million
loaded
dollars.
already. That was that one.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
same information is what shows on Mr. Cunningham's profile.
Mm-hmm.
So how is it
Wow.
that he owns 526 properties? How is it that
Right.
he's worth $529 million? It's only showing that he has taken ownership of the
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
property of the entity known as the United House of
Mm-hmm.
Prayer for All People. And I've shown you, and we're going to go there, not tonight, but we're going to show you that that number is way off.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's not even a drop in the bucket.
Mm-mm. Nope, not at all. We didn't even go there.
we,
We just left it alone.
we're going to show
You know.
y'all. We're going to show y'all. And
Mhm.
there's a reason why people do this. It's so that they can do whatever in the back. While you're looking at, the little grains up here, we got the boatloads in the back. So let's look at
Mhm.
this next page. And here, what is the purpose of putting their name on the deed as a trustee? If it is not legally necessary, a CEO who deliberately structures a deed to read Bishop whatever as trustee for whatever is typically doing so for two specific strategic reasons. One, eliminating board oversight. It's not good. If a property is
Mhm.
held in the strict corporate name, title insurance companies and banks usually require a corporate resolution, a board of directors vote, or multiple signatures to sell or mortgage the land. By naming himself explicitly on the deed as the sole trustee, the CEO ensures that his signature alone can sell, transfer, or borrow money against the property, completely bypassing internal checks and balances. Do you now understand why he signed the quit claim deed sole trustee and CEO? Meaning, if a bank looks at this, the insurance companies look at this, the government looks at this, then they see sole trustee. I don't need anybody else's signature. I don't need anybody else's permission. Remember, one man, one man, one man. We don't have no 3 or 4 member tribunal, right? That's coming up too. Just showing you all why all of this we need to be asking questions. Consolidating hierarchical power. In certain hierarchical, religious, hierarchical, it's like hierarchy, hierarchical, religious organizations, this structure is used to legally codify that the local congregation has no ownership rights. It signals to the public, the courts, and the members that all regional real estate is controlled strictly by the absolute head of the national office. Nobody has any rights to this property other than me. Note, because the deed includes the phrase as trustee for the organization, it's not their private personal property. They cannot legally leave it to their children in a personal will. However, while they are alive and in office, it gives them unchecked dictatorial management control over the asset, over the money, over the bank accounts, over the buses, over the houses, over the sanctuaries, over the apartments. And this is why we keep hearing them say, my this, my that. You take care of my whatever. But the express language that's in the laws says that it's not supposed to be that way. But outside does not know what's going on inside. Here in this next slide, we see another document. This document is a confirmatory deed. Now, look at the top. The grantor, Bishop S.C. Madison, trustee. The grantee is Bishop S.C. Madison and his successor trustees. So what are we seeing? Mr. Cunningham is not the first one to do this. It seems that the other bishops were doing the same thing. And this is why we see the bishops' names plastered on everything. Cunningham Luxury Liners, Cunningham Products, Bailey Luxury Liners, Bailey Products. Matter of fact, look at the apartment complexes, look at the buildings, the condominiums, Bailey Village,
Yeah,
Wilson Square, McCullough Courts, right? And soon,
but
go ahead.
I think that's part of the tool of deception that they use, because when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, like when Miss Mintz and I have been looking into who owns these properties, these houses, these edifices as well. I want to differentiate these single and multi-family homes and apartment dwellings, differentiate those from the houses of prayers, because looking at the ownership of them, it's like, okay, so I don't know, man. All you see is all these different names and mostly SC Madison, and it just makes you raise a brow. I'll just say that and leave it alone. I don't want to say too much.
Well, you're saying another mouthful, because what records will easily show is that a vast amount of real estate and other properties were brought forward in the name of Mr. Madison.
Hmm. Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes, some of it was transferred from, yes, absolutely,
But
into mhm.
go ahead. Into what?
For instance, into like for instance, Charlotte number two. Charlotte number two was transferred from the SC Madison Trust to the C. M. Bailey Trust. And so or let's just say C. M. Bailey trustee as the owner. All right.
Mhm.
How it's written on paper. All right, because uh, with that being said, what we actually saw was that particular house was just listed for sale. Then Miss Mintz and I went live. We talked about that, and then it came off the mark. Well, it was already off the market, but it was no, no, no. It was still up for sale, but it wasn't publicly listed, is what it was.
And
It
they
was still, yeah, they took it off the market for sale and listed it for lease, which still didn't make it any better. But ultimately, it just shows that there's some type of transaction that's attempting to be had or be made underneath the people's noses without anyone having any say so. All I know is that one day someone's going to look up and then the owner is going to be AD Cunningham trustee, and no one's going to know how that happened or what it means. They're just going to trust because it has the bishop's name on it, which is what I was getting at. That's part of the deception or the tool that they're using is putting the bishop's name on everything so that when you look at the money, you don't ask no questions.
and that's
You
the
you think it's in the
psychological
name of the organization, right? Hmm.
right? And
When written,
they
I'm zip it,
can't.
zip.
They
Zip.
don't want what you just said about number two. They don't want it to be public knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't want the members to know the business transaction that they're trying to carry out.
Right.
And what we're looking at on paper are things that the law says, mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to show you why. Because remember in the first couple of slides that it's not a requirement to have two signatures, right?
Mm-hmm.
You only have to have one,
Mm-hmm.
the grantor.
Mm-hmm.
And on that first quit claim deed, you remember who the signatures was?
It was the Grand Tour, right?
Remember that name?
Oh, the name.
That was Brian
Not
Tucker.
off top. Oh, yes, yes, yes. The name we started with. Yes, yes.
He
Brother Tucker.
signed that quit claim deed. You
Ooh,
did not
yeah, I
see
remember.
Mr. Cunningham's signature,
No, you didn't.
right? Because he's the grantee.
Hmm.
But
But you
on the
saw the address, though. You saw
right,
the address,
and you
which is
saw
telling.
who lived at the address. The
Hmm.
grantee resides at 1665 North Portal Drive,
Lick is all get out.
right? And that blank space that it's being granted to
Mm-hmm.
No name is being granted to the
Mm-hmm.
organization. Now, we're going to go back and forth to those two deeds because we have some
Mm-hmm.
other popcorn surprises coming up as we
Mm-hmm.
revert back. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Got you. Got you.
and so, with
Solid.
this in mind, uh, we see Mr. Madison did the same thing that Mr. Cunningham did. Vice
Mm-hmm.
versa, Mr. Cunningham did the same thing Mr. Madison did. He, as the trustee,
You're
granted.
on point too, Bob T. But uh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Brother Lewis. But yeah, Bob T was
Yeah, I
on
saw
point.
that too.
Yeah.
It's just like people don't read the scripture and understand. People don't read the law to understand.
Mm-hmm.
So as
Right.
these business transactions are being carried out in front of everyone, we're looking at it like no big deal. It's just another
Right.
Wednesday because we
Mm-hmm.
don't know what's happening
Mm-hmm.
behind closed
Mm-hmm.
doors. We don't know what's taking place on those documents. We don't know and understand how the law works in order to call it out.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like taking candy from a baby is how easy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You can take anything from people who don't know the law and they will never give you a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Keep people ignorant of the law, you can rob them all day long and they never know it.
Well, that's the point that we're making, even in talking about having the name plastered everywhere and the psychological impacts of that, as it pertains to keeping you away from looking over here, because you see all of these histrionics over here to draw in your attention. And histrionics means all of the flamboyance, all of the big lights and the, lights, camera, action, right?
Mhm.
So the histrionics. See, we talk about narcissists, but we don't talk about the histrionic personality disorder, which is just as huge as the narcissistic personality disorder. So that's something for members to look into. Do a little bit of research into histrionics so that you can find out what it looks like when a person is putting on a big show in your face, so that you are looking at this thing, but something else is going on. The sleight of hand. So just
Right
be
in front
aware.
of right in front of our
Hmm.
eyes all the time,
Yeah,
all the time.
absolutely.
And it's like this one, the confirmatory deed. It's different from the quit claim deed because remember, quit claim is where I'm just walking away. I
Hmm. Hmm.
want nothing to do with the deed or with the property,
Yeah.
whatever it is that's coming with it. I'm just walking
Hmm.
away here. You can have it for whatever, which
Hmm.
explains the $10. A confirmatory deed, if you look at the green highlighting, correction of name of beneficiary. This deed is made the first day of September 1998 by Bishop S.C. Madison in his capacities as what? Sole trustee and chief
Hmm.
executive officer. So
Hmm.
it's a correction to a deed in order to change beneficiaries.
Mm.
Why do we need to do that? Don't need to do that. It's not
Hmm.
necessary to do that. If I'm hired to work for Pepsi Cola Incorporated
Hmm.
and I'm in this position, I don't need to change who the beneficiaries are of the corporation.
Hmm.
If the CEO of PepsiCo is secretly changing the beneficiaries on documentation and filing it in official filings of that municipality, and
Hmm.
the company find out they are not. going to say, oh, they're not going to be okay with it. They're not going to applaud. They're going to realize that you are trying to hijack them.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the one as a CEO or other officer, executive officer, filing paperwork for you to benefit from the company without the company knowing, that's not good. And I'll
Mm-hmm.
let y'all fill in whatever other word you'd like to use, but that's not good. Now, watch this carefully. Here, as we move forward, what you're going to see is it gets into the nitty gritty of this particular deed. Now, C at the top, 1929, Bishop C.M. Grace, founder and first bishop, adopted the Constitution and bylaws of the church, which he amended from time to time. Y'all see that yellow arrow? Which he amended from time to time and continues to govern
Mm-hmm.
the affairs of the church. What does this mean? When it's in black and white, the law says, I don't care what year it was, if
Mm-hmm.
you did not change it,
Mm-hmm.
then that law, that rule is still in effect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now,
And I want to add that a lot of the documents do state this that
mhm,
have been filed. We pointed this out that this was a very interesting thing to always state, but we didn't have anything else to go on other than our gut feeling that this was very odd to include. I mean, like every constitution probably changes once it goes through proper channels, right? So like why, you know, it's just a very interesting point to add in there as if it needed to be stated. And I'm pretty sure everyone is familiar with the, you know, the statement that what's understood don't have to be stated, right? So
hmm.
like, why
the
did we
problem
tell on ourselves there?
the problem for us is we, as a general populace in our organization, do not understand a lot, and that's
Mhm.
exactly how they want it. Uh,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
more we don't understand, the more we don't perceive, the better. And it's for
Right.
reasons like this, right?
Yeah.
Um, because if you don't understand, you're not going to get it. And
Hmm.
if you don't get it, I can run a fast one by you all day long. And this is
Hmm.
why this is important, because what this shows is even in this business transaction, a deed, a confirmatory deed, is being filed
Hmm.
somewhere without the member's knowledge.
Confirmatory, you mean one that confirms.
Right, confirming the beneficiary
Hmm.
of this deed, right?
Hmm.
Just like
I
the
just wanted to make
organization.
sure you were saying confirmatory and not conformatory.
Hmm.
In my headphones here. So okay.
Right. And it actually changes, as you saw, by correcting information. So
Mm-hmm.
you can file anything you want.
Yeah.
Everybody can file anything they want. And
Hmm.
you can file false information,
Yeah. I was about to say you better file it right in case somebody come back checking.
right? But a lot of people intentionally file false information. I myself was surprised to learn that I'm the grateful and glad recipient of three properties. Uh, one
Oh no,
in
they didn't. No, they didn't put it in your name. No, they didn't.
one in Philadelphia, two in
Oh,
Virginia,
geez. Wait a minute.
and
Oh,
uh, they're right
don't
around
tickle my soul like this. Because I
2.4.
swear, Brother Lewis, I said if anybody ever did this to me, I'm going to be one happy cat. Because you got me all the way messed up. You getting an eviction notice. Is
Listen, people do
that
it
what happened?
all the time. Trying to tell you all, we need
Oh, my
to
good.
understand
Oh, my
law.
goodness.
And just like I have real estate in
Oh,
my name,
my
I
goodness.
legally own it. I can do whatever I want with it.
You can do, you're right. So they tried to steal your identity and you ended up with the upper hand because now
They
you bought
did,
it in my name.
they
It's
did,
mine.
they did steal my identity. And I have an idea while I was in another business transaction, a partner of mine. Anyway, they don't yet know that I know. And
Mm-hmm.
instead of
Mm-hmm.
them quickly doing their other transactions, they actually add it to their portfolio and purchase another home in my name. Um,
Mm.
what I'm saying, people, is you have to learn at some point in time that you can be taken advantage of if you're not paying attention by anyone.
Ooh. Ooh, we.
And what this
Wow.
is looking like
Absolutely.
in our organization, it
Sheesh.
appears, now it's not for me to determine for anyone. A lot of what I'm telling you, it's how I see it. It's my opinion. And what I'm sharing with you is what AI says is the answer to my questions and how I phrase it. So I'm sharing this so that you all will do the same thing. Ask your own questions,
Well, can we
rephrase
put
it.
this up real quick just to
Sure.
as a disclaimer that this is in fact opinion based. As well. I know it has my name on there, Golden Boy Tell 'em, but this is actually universal. Like we are, in fact, you know, just
Well, once
giving
you,
our opinion and letting you guys think and figure it out for yourselves,
yeah,
rather than trying to force feed it to you.
and once you say it, uh, it's then at that point in time, it's all good. Um, now, uh, you've gone uh, the extent of actually putting up a disclaimer. Um, but by now, some of y'all should know. Um, Sometimes we do things for different reasons. Uh, so, with that in mind,
Sorry.
I'm just saying, no, it's all
Sorry.
good. I'm just saying that um, there's different ways of doing different things,
Mm-hmm.
and there's many ways of doing the same thing. But if
Yes.
our people, our members, and those of you who are not members of the organization, if you don't understand that, uh, if you don't understand that you can be taken advantage of at any time,
Mm-hmm.
this is why we're doing this to show you what's happening right in front of our eyes. We have
Mm-hmm.
paperwork. And if you look at this uh, green arrow, matter of fact, going back to that yellow arrow, it's saying
Mm-hmm.
the Constitution is what's in effect. But we've already shown you that the Constitution that's in effect right now is full of rules and laws that when you compare to the laws of the land says you can't do that.
Right.
But we are not in the position to make a determination and tell you to base your decisions and your actions off of what we say. We're trying to get you to understand, to look at what we're sharing with you, understand what we're sharing you, and do your own research to confirm what we're sharing with you. This is why I'm putting up paperwork so that you can see evidence, right? Um, I've been in the bushes listening and learning, but I had to come out of the bushes for this. I'm flabbergasted, seriously. Oh, let us. It's
Okay.
it. You haven't seen nothing yet. We're just,
It's another comment in there that I can't even bring up right now that I see, but you know what I mean?
but
So, that, yeah.
we're just
And
getting started.
there's if anyone can't see it because it was on Facebook, they're just saying that this is a bunch of, you know, they said BS, but they spelled it out. So, I don't have to put that on the screen, right? Uh, they disagree with what they are, uh, the information they're finding out. They're disagreeing with how it's affecting them, ultimately. Uh, I know for a fact they're not disagreeing with what Brother Lewis is saying. They're just disagreeing with how it has affected them, and they're disagreeing with what the leadership has done. I've actually spoken with this individual, and I know their stance very well. So
They're
just
talking
wanted
about
to
the
give some
members of the
context.
organization.
Yeah. This is a member of the organization that is not in alignment with what the leadership is doing right now. So they are, you know, I mean, they're in the comments often, so you probably don't know because this is one of my Facebook friends, but uh, yeah, yeah, not in agreement with the actions of the leaders at all.
Yes, um, and a lot of people are not. But again, we're just giving you guys information.
Hmm.
And the hope is that you keep learning and that you keep listening and you keep going back to reaffirm what it is that we're
Hmm.
sharing. Um,
Yes.
that way, you will be able to um, you'll be able to uh, actually follow up and then make decisions on your own as to why you're no longer going to involve yourself in some of the things going on in the organization.
Mhm.
I
And
just got a
uh,
text that uh, some individuals didn't hear what I was saying about the properties.
mhm.
In Philadelphia, there's property, and in Virginia, there's two other properties that are in my name. I'm not saying they belong to the organization. I'm saying that in
Right. I,
general,
I didn't take it that way, but great job on clearing that up.
yeah,
Okay, and I see how that could have been misconstrued. I got you
yeah. But what I'm saying is, in all of these videos, we're not just, remember, I'm talking to people who are not members of the organization as well,
as well.
to
Right.
teach, train, and converse with them too, because a lot of people don't have a clue that these types of things are going on in many organizations outside of ours. And I get a lot of
Well,
individuals saying thank you because people are going back and checking, and they're confirming that, yeah, people are doing stuff that they did not know about. Um, and other people are confirming and checking so that they can help uh, protect and shield their leaders from people who are
mhm.
trying to hurt them because they really love them so much for the stand up individuals that they are. There's some people whose leaders are really
Yes,
doing what they can to help the people,
absolutely.
to take care of the people, and they're really shepherding the people. And there's
Many
other
of
people,
them paying out of their pockets
oh
because
gosh,
they care,
and there's a lot of
because
people,
they truly love and have a heart of compassion.
oh gosh. Um,
Hmm.
and there's a lot of people who are in situations where they don't know, like, many of us uh, have not been aware that people behind closed doors are literally draining you dry intentionally and setting up programs to
Yeah,
continue draining you
to keep
by
you,
giving
yeah,
fat,
where you're at.
right?
I literally had that conversation today.
Yeah. Oh, but let me get back to
Go ahead. I'm
the
sorry.
slide.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We can go
No,
on
no, no,
forever.
you're good. But this second, oh, my point was with this yellow one, the yellow arrow. We have to understand Everything in this organization, like many others, are running circles around people because of the Constitution. By the time we get to the end of this video, you will understand a little bit of how they've been using the Constitution against all of the members. And it's all by design. So let's go a little bit further here. Um, Look at this green arrow. And it says, the purpose of this deed is to provide notice in the public record of the vesting of title in Bishop S.C. Madison and his successors as trustees for the church. Now, you all remember what we said earlier, right? When you see language that says, and trustees and future trustees, there's no longer a reason, a need at all to justify or to change anything further in those deeds. The question is, why here? And it's going to hit you in a moment. Um, when you see his successors as trustees for the church, as provided in the Constitution and bylaws of the church, and to confirm and or correct in the public record the name of the church. This is what Golden Boy was talking about earlier, the names and the variations. This right here says it is
Mm-hmm.
to confirm and or correct in the public record the name of the church. This is so that everything that they can grab and pull right here, I'm going to grab it and I'm going to change the names. Because in
Mm-hmm.
changing the
Yeah.
name makes it mine.
There's another document that was filed, Brother Lewis, that said something about the name, the ownership of the name and every variation of the name, and them having filed that document allows them to go after other churches that use the name House of Prayer in their name and claim them as their own.
Yeah, what you're going to see tonight also is people being afraid. Once a machine grows to a certain size,
Mm-hmm.
all of a sudden people are afraid of you.
Mm.
And many times, large companies and corporations intimidate intentionally because
Mm-hmm.
they know that the small people are not going to fight them.
Listen, Brother Lewis, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get off of it.
Yeah.
In the state of Maryland, in the early 2000s, there is a church organization, a large church organization in that region that said in the early 2000s that if you members never give another dime, this organization will be all right. We'll never be broke. And the members keep giving, right? Now, um, ooh, that just I'm looking at how that just go ahead, say what you said again, because I had a little brain
That
fog there
was
because it just
actually
gave me a
said in the
flashback.
House of Prayer as well back in the 80s, that if
Ooh.
the members did not give anything more, that the organization would not want for anything
Mm-hmm.
because there's so much. And the way that works, for those of you who don't understand what I just said and what Golden Boy is alluding to, is there's people who want to get
Mm.
rich,
Mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm.
and there are people who want to get wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
They're two entirely different things.
Mm-hmm.
Being one means you have a lot.
Hmm.
Being the other means you don't need,
Yeah, long money.
because what you now have is enough to keep bringing in more and more and more. That's why the saying is
Hmm.
that the rich get richer.
Hmm.
In other words, individuals, and all of this is tying into what we're talking about tonight, because people's eyes has not been on what they can do for the members,
Hmm.
collectively, in my opinion. People's eyes have been on what they can get from the members.
Well, let me finish my statement then, just to you bring it home then with what you just said.
Uh-huh.
Because this church, what they literally did was, and I'm not even knocking or bashing the preachers there, but they are of a high caliber. And in the early 2000s, they did some church takeovers that ended up making headlines. And so you had this prominent preacher. Now, this is behind them now. So this now it has nowhere near a stain or a tarnish on their reputation. People don't even remember this. Okay, so just look it up, Google it. Church in Clinton, Maryland. Does a church take over? Doctor such and such and his wife, Doctor such and such. Just look up Google, and what you'll find is you'll see video footage of them actively doing a church takeover, and uh, those churches are now a part of their organization. But there's no shaking and rumbling these days at all. You would never know that there was an issue, right? But
Mhm.
the same thing is taking place here in the house of prayer. But we members, we have no idea, no clue.
Looks
I even
looks like.
well, it looks like that's what has taken place. And looking at some documentation, I've seen it looks like that may have taken place, it looks like, or it may have allegedly taken place a one time with the Baptist church that is now United House of Prayer. I don't know how that happened, but um, I did see that there was an organization. It's documented on a deed, and they were originally a Baptist church.
Well, what you're talking about is exactly what we're getting into this for, because, as I said, in regards to the property that I now own, um, without owning it, right?
Hmm.
I'm not saying that I use it, I'm in control of it. What I'm saying is, on paper, it's
Hmm.
mine.
Hmm.
The individuals who did what they did are not aware that I'm aware
Hmm.
that it's actually been filed. So, with all that in mind, what I'm getting at, people, is that if we are not on our post and doing our own due diligence by asking
Hmm.
questions and making sure that we're checking on things, then you can easily be taken advantage of. Now, the problem is that you can't do nothing about it right now. And why is that?
Hmm.
Because of the Constitution. The Constitution
Hmm.
is a literal block. It is a block.
Hmm.
The Constitution is set up to keep you and every single other member out of what's going on in the back room. And the way
Hmm.
it works is, while we keep you out, we're doing whatever's necessary back here to do whatever we feel like doing with all of
Hmm.
the assets. And there is
Hmm. Hmm.
literally nothing any of you can do about it. And they're
Hmm.
right. They're
Hmm.
100% right if we don't know the law.
Right.
Once you learn the law, then you get to understand it. and you can pick it apart and then see how they put it all together and find the problem. So, what we're
Mm-hmm.
showing you is what they're doing behind closed doors so that you can learn and see the problem. And in
Mm-hmm.
that, talking about the rich and the wealthy, how does that tie into this? Because people who
Mm-hmm.
want to get rich, they'll go out and do whatever they can to try to get rich and accumulate, accumulate,
Mm-hmm.
accumulate. Other people would do what they can to not try to get rich, but to try to get wealthy. And how do they do that? By doing things that people don't know about in order to acquire wealth that people don't know
Mm-hmm.
about. And what do I mean by that? Well, we have an individual who now, on paper, is worth $529 million. And you and
Mm-hmm.
I knew nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
These are
Mm-hmm.
people seeking to become wealthy. Wealthy meaning I have enough money to where this drip will never stop. Rich, I can spend it, but I can run out. Wealth,
Mm-hmm.
it'll never stop because there's interest going in,
Mm-hmm.
and all I'm doing is spending interest. So,
Right.
this point, what was said in the 80s was if you never give another dime, because at some point you get to a place where the money that you have on holding and holding
Mm-hmm.
is causing an income stream called interest that's accumulating. Now you can just spend the interest and you leave that alone. Well, that's
Mm-hmm.
wealth, generational wealth. You have enough here to where your generations can live off the interest. That's what
Mm-hmm.
generational wealth is, where your generations can just live off the interest. And it's just sitting there growing because now it's so big, you cannot spend all of the interest. It's so much. So, what
Mm-hmm.
was said in the 80s painted that picture. Now, what's going on today is the same like we see here that went on back then in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. Here we're looking at in the 90s on this document, and it's because of the existence and the continuation of the Constitution that certain people are
Mm-hmm.
using to give one person sole trustee powers. That comes from
Mm-hmm.
a piece of paper where the first person said, nobody can judge, condemn, or question me.
Mm-hmm. Or
He's
your
the,
vision.
I have the final say. All things are mine. And because no one did anything about it, that piece of paper is still there.
Mm-mm-mm.
And what they do is add to it to strengthen it. And by strengthening it, they take more authorities and rights and powers from these individuals and make themselves more powerful with more authority and more rights.
But if you think about it, that makes him more powerful than the Pope.
Well, in theory,
In theory, that's what I mean. In theory. I
yeah,
mean, he's just a little guy in comparison, right? But it gives him the ability in the minds of the people to do something that even the Pope can't do. He, in the minds of the people, can just walk right into the courtroom and say, my daughter or my son is innocent, right? Okay. Literally. And the judge is going to do it, okay? Because daddy said so.
what
Like
we're
in their mental space is what I mean.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
And that's a very real thing. And I'm not saying that in a funny way. You know, you really see daddy as your lawyer in a courtroom, or him as the judge, or him having the final say so, and
but
him being
remember,
the
that's
seal
why we're
dealer,
doing
you
what
know.
we're doing so that that does not happen
Yeah,
anymore, right? So no matter
absolutely.
about the psychology of the
The
people,
current, right.
right? All of that is being wrapped up in a neat little box and we're putting a bow on
And will
top,
soon be null and void.
right?
If everything goes, the way that it's appearing to be um headed, or it appears to be the will of God, because I honestly, all of it's just playing out the way that it's gonna play out, and no one's forcing any hands or anything or any dealings or on our end. We're just flies on the wall, just watching, waiting, and you know.
Well, look at the middle of G, paragraph G.
Hmm.
Look at that second sentence. The General Council of the Church has expressed its concurrence. Do you understand what that means?
Mm,
The General
they
Council,
agree.
not the members,
No.
not the
Oh,
people,
yeah, yeah, and not the members.
not
Correct.
the organization.
That's actually the deal breaker there,
So what you're
because it
saying,
is unvoted on, which
well,
I wanted to say unratified, but just to
but
break
not
it
in the
down, it
eyes
means.
of the government, right? So
Hmm.
we know that, but the
Hmm.
government doesn't know that. And this is the problem
Mm.
because we
Oh,
do
because it's
know
been filed. They're not checking
that's
to
the
make sure
point,
that it's right.
right?
They're just accepting what you have filed, which means that the filer knew that that would be the case. They
Because
knew that they could
what's
skirt
going on
by.
inside? What's going
Well,
on in
they're
the house of prayer?
they're trying to make sure we're not having access to
But
any
no,
outside
but what are the people doing?
information sources.
But what are the people doing?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, they trying to get as
In
much
the
knowledge
eyes of
as
the
they
law.
can.
In the eyes of
Oh, well, in the eyes of the law, the people are being deceived and
no,
manipulated.
right now, in the eyes of the law. Like right now, where the house of prayer is right now,
Hmm.
tonight, they're in New
Hmm.
York, and
Oh, they're in support of.
the members are in support of
Hmm.
every one of these things that's been filed. So the eyes of the
Ooh.
law think that we don't have a problem with none of this.
Hmm.
We're in
Hmm.
cahoots with all of it.
Hmm.
The
That's a
general
bad
counsel
thing.
says so.
Ooh.
The general counsel says that
That they think that the body has no objections
that
because of what's
the
been
point.
filed.
Right. And that's why
Hmm.
that language is so important because the
Well,
general
that's probably why they
of
try to
the
silence us
church,
as well, though. Because if anyone has any objections, then they can't file a piece of paperwork like this. So you
but it doesn't
silence any
matter.
objectors.
But that's the point, right? Right now, they're doing what they're doing in New York because even though we're doing what we're doing,
Hmm.
in the eyes of the government,
Hmm.
it doesn't matter because the people are
Hmm.
still in support of everything that's going on,
Uh-oh. Yeah.
right?
Leave that
So
over.
when the people see what's taking place,
Hmm.
it's not a problem because they're not doing anything. And as long as
Hmm.
the government sees the general
Hmm.
council of the church, that's the people, the believers, the
Hmm.
church has expressed its concurrence with
Hmm.
the execution of this deed for such purposes by adopting a resolution, a copy of which is attached here too as exhibit B. Is that a B? Let me see.
Bravo. Let's
Okay.
see.
B. Well, we got the page already. I'm gonna pull the page
Okay.
up. But for you all to understand, we're in cahoots. We're
Hmm.
yay, yay. We signed another property over to the bishop. He just paid
Hmm.
$10 to the organization. Right? That's us. And the people in the law, they think the people must be okay with it.
Hmm.
And there must not be any problems. And as long as there's no problems,
Question.
Go ahead.
Was there not a time where we shared something on screen or something to the effect of there not having been a member present to object something, but had there been a member there to object, um, then the House of Prayer would have lost that case, but because no one stood up or something to that effect. It's been a
Yeah,
long while
yeah. In court, you
since
have
we
to have a plaintiff
discussed
and a
that.
defendant, and
Mm-hmm.
many times in court, attorneys are there, but you might not
Mm-hmm.
have their client. Sometimes that's
Mm-hmm.
done on purpose because what you all also don't understand is in your districts, the attorneys, the opposing attorneys, they work together. And a lot of times they want to hurry up and end this case. So they make deals without
Mm-hmm.
your knowledge of it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so if they can go before a judge without you present, then it's all good. Um,
Yeah.
and they come back to you with the results of the hearing, but you had no input. And again, this is
Mm-hmm.
what's going on in a lot of different places. It happens here all the time. And this is why we have documentation filed all over the place that the members don't know anything
Mm-hmm.
about, because we don't have laws that stipulate they have to tell us anything. And every time you
Mm-hmm.
go into the General Assembly, we're going to talk about that too. Every time you go into the General Assembly, nothing happens. Why? Keep paying attention. We're going to get there. Now, look at the top of this
Mm-hmm.
page. Uh, Bishop F.C. Madison and his successor trustees, as trustees for the United House of Prayer for All People, look at what it says in this second paragraph. At such time as Bishop Madison ceases to be trustee for the church, at such time, title to the property shall vest in such successor trustees as are duly appointed or elected. Do y'all see what the council just put in there? I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry, not the council yet.
The
But what's in this deed? Who wrote this up? Now, I don't know whether this was the attorney, or I don't know whether this was added clause, but they left it there. Now, if it was pre-printed,
mm-hmm.
you have the right to redact anything you want. You can X out anything you want on a contract
Oh,
before,
facts. Yeah. You can
right?
cross through it and you can initial on each line, on each side of the line through the wording.
Right.
Anytime I'm going to sign any documentation, I'll do that if I disagree
And it shows
before I sign it.
that I'm not with this. Let's X this out.
Mm-hmm.
As long as the
Mm-hmm.
other party signs that document, they're signing an agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Here it says, title to the property shall vest in such successor trustees
Mm-hmm.
as are duly appointed or elected. Now, in our organization, how are we supposed to have trustees slash bishops slash CEOs put into office?
Hmm.
How does this organization get another bishop
I mean,
according to the
it,
rules, the laws,
okay.
right? It's supposed to be a vote, right?
Supposed to
According to
be.
the Constitution, because this is what they're quoting. They're quoting the Constitution. So
Mm-hmm.
obviously, y'all going by the Constitution, and all the members are all hunky dory. You're all good, no problem. But this says that the bishop can be appointed.
Mm-hmm.
Some of you saying no, it doesn't say that. Yes, it does. And it says that because they did not redact the words
Come on.
as are duly appointed.
Mm-hmm.
If they knew and understood that we only get bishops by election, they would have
Mm-hmm.
redacted those words. No, no,
Mm-hmm.
no.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have appointments. We
Mm-hmm.
only have elections.
Well, maybe
So why
that's
those
how
words here?
certain bishops were appointed.
Well, and
Behind,
they left
well,
it
I
on
mean,
purpose,
seemingly appointed. Let's say that.
right? But it was left there on purpose, right? Because we have many, many forms and documents and contracts where the leaders redacted certain terminology in contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why is that not redacted? Because they
Right.
wanted it to remain there because they know what many of you don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna
And
say it had to
that's
be for a
understood
reason.
by everyone because even Mr. Cunningham just said, I don't have to explain things to you all.
Mm-hmm.
One man make all the decisions.
Oh man,
When you
they just stated that this weekend the mistress of ceremonies was glad to scream out, as we love to say, one man, one man, one man. So yeah,
and
like
all of
that's the
that's
thing.
coming to an end uh, soon and very soon. We're going to see the real king. Um, now, the whole
Mm-mm-mm.
point is that we're showing you what they are doing behind closed doors. Now, again, you see the wording is here. And look at what it says are duly appointed or elected pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws
Or you know.
without further action or recordation, meaning don't have to have no more deeds or recordings or filings without further
You,
action.
can I say something real quick to that statement? It probably would have been better for them to say duly up what duly appointed and
Oh, no, 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 no. They meant
no.
this. They meant this. And what I'm showing you all is they didn't make a mistake. We have
Mm.
been blinded into thinking that
Mm-hmm.
we follow the rules. But what you're
Mm-hmm.
going to learn in all of these slides is that they are not following the rules of the organization. The rules are
Oh, I
not
know
for
that.
them, the rules are for us.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they left it there. Because by
Uh-oh.
appointment or election, the
Mm-hmm.
whoever becomes leader, right? So it's there intentionally. And look at that number one. Y'all see the blue arrow, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
Apostle R. Price. That's his name, right?
Mm-hmm.
And with Apostle Price,
Sorry, hold on.
mhm, with Apostle Price, you'll see underneath of his name, Assistant Secretary of the General Assembly. Now, why is that there? For all of you to understand, the men on the General Council, they ensure whoever is the General Assembly Secretary, that's going to be somebody historically from all these years, somebody who's off of one of the general councilmen. Now, for the first time in the history of the organization this year in the General Assembly just walked away with a person who's now been installed as the Assistant Secretary of the General Assembly, who's not on the General Council. That person is Mr. Rodriguez Murray. He is now the
My
Assistant
Lord.
General Assembly Secretary. He is
Yes,
now
he is.
the individual who assists the General Assembly Secretary, who's Mr. Jimmy Jones. These two men
Mm-hmm.
are now the two men who are in positions to do things like this, to go whenever they're called upon and sign documents in the name of the organization as representatives of the members, as representatives of the collective body, so that when they
No,
sign, the
not
people
not
on the
Jimothy.
opposite side of that table are under the impression that they are
Mm-mm-mm.
signing on behalf of the people. Remember, the General Assembly Secretary,
Mhm.
their job, along with the assistant, is to keep eyes on the people, to
I
keep.
just can't understand why he laughed at me. And this is is how this appears. You know, I'm laughing at him. But I mean that's only because of how it appears, not because I'm right or anything. You know.
Yeah, and
So
again, what we're doing is just bringing awareness to everybody to make y'all understand what's going on. And the hope is that we can try to keep everybody unified. It
yes.
seems that there's things going on all over the place where people are trying to cause division. No, we
Yeah.
want to make you all aware of what's going on
Yeah.
so that we, as the people collectively, will still be a part of whatever goes forward, and
Yeah.
need people to make sure that we're doing things according to the law as we're supposed to be. And what we're looking at is people working closely with the CEO. I mean, look at the form. Number two is Bonnie Malloy,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's
Mm-mm.
an executive staff person, works on the staff. You have Elliot Thompson, executive staff person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Works on the staff. Now, you have Apostle Price, Bonnie Malloy, Elliot Thompson, and here's the fourth person besides the first name that we came across was Brian Tucker. These are individuals
Mm-hmm.
that they're using. They're using them
Mm-hmm.
to get other things done. Y'all going to see several other names come up to show you
Wow.
how the members do not know individuals in the organization are being used right in front of our noses to get things done that we don't know anything about. And this
Mm-hmm.
document says that property of the organization is being transferred to the CEO
Mm-mm.
for money. Other documents
Oh,
showing
when you
confirmation.
say for money, that means for profit,
Well, it looks like
or
that.
is that how it looks
See-
like?
And see, what we're going to show you is that $10 that was exchanged.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to show you the purpose for that, right? Because when you exchange money, that shows what? A sale was made in the quit claim deed. And that's
Mm-hmm.
the language that we read, that it was
Mm-hmm.
sold and transferred.
Mm-hmm.
Here, this is confirming the beneficial, uh, the beneficiary who receives
Mm-hmm.
the benefit of the organization. And you got three
Mm-hmm.
people lined up saying that we witnessed this. Apostle Price,
Uh-oh.
the assistant secretary, saying, on behalf of the people, I'm signing off on this action. Now, look at underneath of the bishop's signature.
Mm-hmm.
All of that means something. Bishop of C. Madison, trustee and chief executive officer, comma, the United House of
Mm-hmm.
Prayer for all people of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith, comma, a nonprofit corporation organized and existing under the laws of the District of Columbia. Look carefully at the parenthesis, aka
Ooh.
known as United House of Prayer Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith. Now, what's missing?
Oh, wait a minute. That must be what Bishop Grace originally named it. Don't tell me that.
Well, what we do know is that's not the name that's in the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
other parts of this document is clearly citing and quoting directly from the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
So, why is it other parts of this document not quoting directly from the Constitution? Because
Patching
people
and
know what they're
band-aiding
doing.
things. Mm-hmm. Stitch work.
Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing. This
Mm-hmm.
is intentional. And the
Oh,
way that
that's
they
what they
get
say. We
by
know what we're doing.
in doing this, right? You notice on this document, it did not say under the signature, Bishop S.C. Madison, sole trustee.
Not at all.
But above, you will notice that it talks about that language in this
Mm-hmm.
contract above. So, in testimony whereof, Bishop S.C. Madison has executed this deed as sole trustee and chief executive officer of the church.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Price is signing on behalf of the people. Bonnie
Mm-hmm.
Malloy Elliott, there are two witnesses. But look at the bottom of this, the attachments. Exhibit B,
Mm-hmm.
the General Council resolution. Why would that be attached to this contract? Why would that be attached to this deed? I'm sorry. Because what it does is makes it legal. It makes it legitimate in the
Mm-hmm.
eyes of people looking at it. Not
Mm-hmm.
that it's legal
Right.
per
They're
se.
not understanding that they just accepted the paperwork that was being filed,
Right?
you
People
know,
didn't
and
clarify
that the filer didn't look into it to see whether or not they didn't put a Bible to their hand and make them swear under oath that they were filing this in a, in a manner that if it's not correct, it's under the penalty of perjury, right? So
anybody
like,
can file. And this is what we were saying before. It doesn't matter what's on that document. If you have
mhm,
the 4 or 5 pieces of information that they're asking you for, you can file it. Do you own it? Oh, I don't know. I don't need to know,
mhm.
but you can file it,
Yeah, yeah.
right? It's up to you. Their job,
Look, I just work here. My job is to file it. Okay.
that's all. So that people will understand because there's people saying, well, they wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't legal. No, anybody can file paperwork.
Yeah.
Anybody. And this is why I told you about the
That's
property.
how that's how they steal people's deeds right now. That's why you can go online and get insurance on your deed to your property is because crooks can go in and steal your properties right out from under you. Or which what we talked about with you is a completely different way that crooks do it. But you can already own a home and a crook can come in and steal it right out from under you, um, taking ownership with your title.
All day
So that's
long.
why they have title lock options,
All
you
day
know?
long. And it happens all over the place.
Yep.
And this is why again we're telling you and we're showing you what's in black and white. We're showing you paperwork that's been filed so that you'll see it for yourselves. And on this page, all of this is one single solitary uh, action. All these pages that you're looking at, all of these pages go
Mm-hmm.
together. They're stamped together. This is 10 pages
Mm,
that are filed together. Look at this. The undersigned, the notary public in and
interesting.
for the aforesaid jurisdiction does hereby certify that this instrument was acknowledged before me on this first day of September. This is just a witness saying that I, the notary public, am signing off on this. And look at who it is. Cynthia McDonald, another
Oh Lord,
member, right, of the organization who works
I'm tired.
directly hand in hand with the CEO. Look at the next one. You'll see the same thing almost. The undersigned, the notary public in and for the
Lord.
aforementioned jurisdiction, does hereby certify that this instrument was acknowledged before me on this first day of September 1998 by Apostle Price, Assistant Secretary of the General Assembly. Why? Because he's signing off as a representative of the collective body of the United House of Prayer for All People. Now, um, they're not lying, the notary public,
Hmm.
right? And you see at the end of this, who is personally known to me and who acknowledged that he executed the foregoing instrument. So it's not a lie, it's the truth. But the
Hmm.
problem is they're signing off who's personally known to me as if it's just a friend or a coworker or somebody that I
Hmm.
know in the neighborhood. What the law does not know is that these certain staff members have literally been assigned to go
Hmm.
take a course to become certified so that you can stamp, rubber stamp, rubber stamp, rubber stamp
Hmm.
documents that I need you to rubber stamp, whether it's
Hmm.
legitimate or
Or
whatever
not.
in the eyes of whatever, right?
Hmm.
But
The
that's
clerk doesn't get, the clerk is not incriminated for what you file illegitimately.
no, their
They
job
don't
is
ever call the clerk in and say, "Hey, Mr. or Mrs. Clerk, you filed this paperwork wrong because, no, it's not like that. The clerk works for the government. They're on the
again,
government's payroll. They're doing what they were hired to do. They're filing administrative work. So we just got to kind of like get a grasp of what that truly looks like. You know what I mean?
it's just a job.
Hmm.
Again, if you look at the top of this blue arrow, resolution of the General Council, this is what I showed you in the last video in the beginning to show you that this is what's going on. Um, and it is the same document that the individuals had put together. Um,
Hmm.
and if you look at that second line, whereas the United House of Prayer historically has used variations of its name interchangeably with its formal name. Now, this
Right.
is
Oh
saying
yeah,
the General
that's what I
Council
was
is
talking about
aware
earlier.
of what's going on, right? They know that these names have been used interchangeably. They know this, they're aware of this.
Hmm.
This is all intentional. It's not by mistake, it's not oversight, it's not a mishap. Look at this third section. Whereas the United House of Prayer desires to avoid any confusion which may arise from the various names historically used by the United House of Prayer. Now, is that the case? Did the House of Prayer use these names in various manners? Of course not. It's
Well,
people
Brother Lewis,
who use these names. Uh huh.
here in the state of North Carolina, Brother Lewis, the House of Prayer filed a document, and that document lists the many different variations.
It's coming up.
Uh,
Yeah, I have it on here.
huh?
Yeah, I have it on here.
Oh, so
Yeah.
okay, gotcha. Okay,
Again,
zipping it.
y'all going to be surprised because we're going into so very much to share with you
Hmm.
so that you actually see for yourselves why they've done what they've done and how it all comes together.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
so
Hmm.
here, the general counsel has intentionally done all of this so that, well, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but look at this next
They
line.
just they in cahoots. That's all that matters.
Oh, absolutely. Whereas the
Hmm.
deeds, oh, wait a minute, let me go back. The various names historically used by the United House of Prayer in the deeds for its properties and desires to hold all of its properties in South Carolina in a consistent manner. Whereas the deeds to United House of Prayer property located in South Carolina describe the grantee. slash owner. Are you chewing?
Sorry, I'm over here eating. Man, let me put you on mute, bro. I'm
Yeah,
over here grubbing, not gonna lie. I'm eating the egg roll. I
yeah.
thought you couldn't hear me. My bad. Hold on, mute.
I wasn't sure. Um, the
Sorry,
deeds,
sorry, y'all. Sorry.
it's all good. The deeds to the United House of Prayer property located in South Carolina describe the grantee owner in various ways, right? This is all intentional. The owner was described in various ways. The House of Prayer name was described in various ways, interchangeably, right? Used in different manners. That was all by design. Um, the deeds to the United House of Prayer property located in South Carolina describe the grantee owner in various ways, including but not limited to those listed on Schedule 1 attached here too, right? This is the form that Golden Boy was just talking about that has the variations of the names of the House of Prayer and the CEO. But look at this, it quotes another section of the Constitution. Property purchased by any minister or other persons belonging to this organization for the purpose of assembly of a congregation of this organization shall belong to this congregation, irrespective of in whose name title thereto is taken. Now, that's written in the
Oh, I
Constitution,
hate that. I
but
hate that statement in the Constitution.
just just because it's written does not make it true. I need you all
Hmm.
to understand this. The members has been under the impression this is law and you got to do what we tell you to do. Mm-mm. No law supersedes the law. I need everybody to understand that. When the laws of any organization contradict, conflict, or overrules a law of the land, then that law in and of itself
Mm-mm.
becomes null and void.
No, sir. No, sir. Cause daddy, he's my rock. He's
And
my rock. I'm
as
telling you.
your rock, we will all see. Matter of fact, we don't need to see
Hmm.
later
Hmm.
because we see now that
Right.
the bishop is making all kinds of changes
Absolutely.
because he understands the law
Hmm.
dictates to us what to do.
Absolutely.
And it's not really something that we should just be learning because if you look at the Are You Aware, it's jam packed with comment after comment after comment that talks about the law of the land, the law of the land. We have to do this, regulations, the states don't allow, blah, 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 blah. And all of that is there to make it look good for people, as well as to get you and I to comply with those rules that were put there. And as long as we're complying to those rules that's put there, then that means money is going to be raised, right? But the whole point is if this is not in compliance with the law of the land, if it contradicts or goes against the law of the land, then the law of the land is superior and it shuts this law down. So I don't even like to use
And
the
does not
word.
does not does not scripture or Bible advise us to follow the law of the land? Like, don't we also have to pay Caesar his due?
But remember,
Obey the law of the land, unless it contradicts the word of God. But like, we're to obey the law of the land, though, right? As good, upstanding Christians, right?
it sounds good, but there's many things that our people should
Yeah,
know we are not
yeah,
following in that word. Uh,
absolutely.
right? And that's a good point because we're supposed to be. So it appears
Mm-hmm.
that whenever it's convenient to do so,
Mm-hmm.
um, comments are made about the law of the land. But
Mm-hmm.
whenever people are not paying attention or whatever, then well, we're going to have a field day. And that's why we see in this particular paragraph, this section where it says if you use a property for congregation to come and do whatever, well, now we get to take that property. No,
Mm-hmm.
no, it doesn't work that way. And the law of the land
Yeah.
will say it does not work that way. But we've had people because they did not know the law, they've allowed it. And
So can I add this just for a little bit of context? There's one bishop who owned, or I'm sorry, there's one bishop who is deceased, and their name was on the outside of an apartment building. And then another bishop changed the name and put their name on the outside of this particular apartment complex, which in turn led to some litigations in court. Now, now that I know what I know, I realized that that particular bishop put their name on the outside of it only to take advantage of this, which has been filed and which is written in an attempt to manipulate this particular family out of what they were able to still hold on to, I guess. And
well,
so that particular bishop, or under that bishop's reign, they ended up having to pay out $34 million dollars in order to keep ownership of, or take on ownership of that particular apartment complex. But it did not go the way that that particular bishop hoped that it would have went. And that particular bishop's tenure, it happened that way a lot because they went after several different properties in that same manner.
the good news is as things unfold, the law uh, is blind, and
Hmm.
individuals that have any issue with
So is
anybody
love.
about
So they
anything,
say.
right? They can go and have those things overturned,
Hmm.
so that justice can prevail. And we'll
Hmm.
be looking into all of those matters as well. But this is just another example of what the people just don't know. And
Yeah.
it's been going on for all of this time. And this is how we've ended up in this situation where we now have a constitution where it started off with 8 pages. It's now up to 22 pages. And when you look at these different books, these rule and law books, again, we're not paying attention to the fact that the law of the land says that it's null and void because of how they came to be. My point is the same
Hmm.
way paperwork is being filed and documented to get certain things done over here in this organization, all kinds of other paperwork was being done to get things done over here. And this is why we all need to understand what it means that the pen is mightier than the sword. All of the whatever, arguing, fussing,
Hmm.
yelling, scream, that's not going to get you anywhere at all. So,
Hmm.
in coming to watch these and listening and learning and growing, it will help you be able to understand what's going on so that you can understand what to look for. Now, look at number 2 at the bottom, that red arrow. It says, the bishop shall hold the property of the several congregations of the organization as trustee for the use and benefit of such congregations. However, the bishop may rent, lease, dispose of, or retain such property for the use and benefit of the organization. And what you're seeing is all of this activity, it says, well, I'm doing it for the organization. I'm doing it for the organization. I'm doing it for the organization. Uh, I did that for the organization. But if you think about it, if we read earlier that it's not necessary to change a deed to put your name on it, then you're not doing that for the organization. If we're looking at transactions that show that you're actually selling property from the organization to yourself, then that looks like something else is going on. And pay very close attention so that y'all understand how these things are being tweaked by several people inside the organization. At the
It
time,
looked like something worse than Eddie Long, to be honest.
looks like what?
It looks like something worse than what Eddie Long did, to be honest.
Oh, I mean, I'm
I
sure
mean,
these
Eddie
people.
Long, I think he might have sold a mansion, or the church sold him a mansion for $1 or something like that,
Uh,
which later came up in litigations in court or something.
I'm sure.
I don't know all the details, so don't quote me.
I'm sure many of the individuals outside have learned from our organization, as you all will see. Um, because I mean,
Mm.
looking at the size and comparison, you all will be surprised at just how much you're going to learn again with these documents, as Golden Boy was talking about with Eddie Long. And you see here it says that the United House of Prayer desires to title property in um, South Carolina in a manner which is consistent with the provisions of the Constitution and bylaws, and in a manner which will alleviate the need to retitle property upon the election of a successor bishop. So it's saying that there's no need for retitling. So if that's the case, why is there a retitling? Why, if this is in specific language, expressed language, why then is there a need for a future successor to come forward and change a deed into his name? It looks like these things are not being done on behalf of the organization, especially once again, when you're paying money to transfer things into your name. And since the people are not aware, well, $10 will suffice. I'm going to show you all where $1 was used. Anyway, to get things done outside the knowledge of the people, you'll see it. $1 was used on many occasions. It says here, whereas the General Council of the United House of Prayer concurs with such retitling, again, they're speaking on behalf of the members by giving the impression that they are acting as a board of directors. And just to be certain, just to cover themselves, make sure that the General Assembly Secretary or its assistant, they sign it. But look at this. Watch this carefully. Look at the green highlight. Sebesi Madison and his successor trustees, as trustee for the United House of Prayer for All People of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith, a nonprofit corporation organized and existing under the laws of the District of Columbia. Okay, and that's something else that we talked about, because under the laws of the District of Columbia, you're supposed to have a board of directors. So we, the members, know of no board. But on paper, what they've consistently shown different collective bodies and municipalities is that we do have a board. So if they're showing that we do have a board and individuals in here working along with, they're acting like we have a board, but the members don't understand what they're doing and they don't know that they're acting like a board because we're of the impression that there is no board, then it appears that there's some intentional deception taking place,
Right.
right?
Absolutely.
And so here, where you see adopted by the General Council of the United House of Prayer, sitting in Washington, D.C., that's there for a reason. It is to serve and satisfy legal requirements. And it strengthens the language on this deed because we met. When it says sitting, we met, we deliberated, we discussed, we talked about, and we concluded that yes, we concur with this retitling. This is what this is for. And look at that signature. Apostle R. Price. Look at the bottom of it. Clerk of the General Council. This is the resolution. This is not the deed. Remember, he signed the deed as the Assistant General Assembly Secretary. That was his position on the deed. For the resolution, he signs it as a member of the General Council. See, you have to understand how this is working. Some men are working on some pieces of paper in one capacity. On another piece of paper, they're working in another capacity. So what we saw here is Mr. Price on the deed, he's serving as the Assistant General Assembly Secretary. On this resolution, he's serving as the clerk of the General Council. In order to make sure everybody understands, as the clerk, I'm signing to confirm that this was the conclusion of our discussion when we had our sit-in meeting in Washington, D.C. Look who signed the bottom of it. Apostle S. Guy. For those of you who remember Mr. Stanley Guy out of Newport News, Virginia. And look at how he signed it. As judge of the General Council. See, all of this is necessary because we have to make sure that the authorities know that we, the General Council, we approve this. We stand behind it 100%. And if we do stand behind it, and then Mr. Price, as the General Assembly Assistant Secretary, he stands behind it in representation of the collective body in the General Assembly, who stands behind it, and they represent the collective body of all the congregations, then the piece of paper is showing the people outside that all the members of the House of Prayer is not only in support of this, but it looks like we're aware of it. And this is where the body around the CEO does their best work for him and does the worst damage for the people. That's what it looks like. And look at who signed the bottom again. Cynthia McDonald. Now, in all of this, when you
Oh, that's
see,
12-12.
huh?
No, I was just saying it's 12-12. That's such an apostolic number. Anyway, sorry.
When you see this is what we were talking about earlier. The Schedule 1,
Mm-hmm.
Bishop W. McCullough, trustee for the United House of Prayer for all people of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith. That's one variation. So this list is all the different variations that we are aware of up to date and we're going to put them all on one document so that you understand in South Carolina, when we file this document going forward, any document that you find with Bishop W. McCullough, trustee for the United House of Prayer, or United House of Prayer for All People of the Church of Rock and Apostolic Faith, Bishop W. McCullough, trustee, or House of Prayer, Bishop McCullough, or Bishop McCullough, House of Prayer, or United House of Prayer, or House of Prayer for All
Mm-hmm.
People. Any of these variations on this list
Mm-hmm.
are still under the authority and control of this man right here on this document, including, you see the green highlight, Bishop's
Mm-hmm.
Grace,
Mm-hmm.
right? All the variations that he signed in his day. And when you look at
Mm-hmm.
this page, right, you have some static on your end.
Oh, that okay. Hold on. Yeah, let me fix my mic. I got a fan and a AC. Hold on.
And when you look at the top, you
There
see
you go. Is
Bishop
that
Grace.
better?
Yep. You
Solid.
see Bishop Grace. It continues in all of these variations. All of these variations, it says that we concur with this retitling so that any of these names, they still fall under this document. And under this document is the control, the authority, and the lead way to do whatever this person desires to do as sole trustee. Now, that
Uh-oh, sorry.
hurts the organization,
Yeah.
right? That hurts the organization. It certainly doesn't help the organization.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and by doing that, it allows that one person to do whatever he likes. Now, it's a issue because earlier on tonight, uh, we touched on the idea that if you went to correct, update, or add your name to a deed, to one deed, then as the CEO, right, uh, as he was saying, you should be going around to update everything. But going on 3 years later, what we see as of today, currently, is a uh, a property at 1200 5th Street, Northwest Washington, D.C. The assessed amount is $15,481,500. That's what it's assessed for. And this property is in the name of Bishop A.D. Cunningham, trustee, just like the property that was down in South Carolina that you saw earlier, right? I think it was Rock Hill. And what you see here is 1200 5th Street. It actually has a balance due and you see the mailing address in pink, highlighted in pink, goes back to 1665
Mm-hmm.
North Portal Drive.
Yep.
Bishop A.D. Cunningham, trustee. Okay. And look at the sale price. Now, this is the apartment complex right there at 6th Street across the street, the Washington Apartments. Look at the date, May 9th, 2025. This is when he purchased
Mm-hmm.
the Washington apartments
Wow.
across the street, right? 26 million,
Where you get that money from that fast?
right? Now, again, the general counsel has given authority
Mm-hmm.
over all of the property of the organization. Property is not just the real estate, it's every single thing in here. And this is what we all need to understand. Um, Even if it was just a little bit. Now, this is $841,000, you all.
Mm-hmm.
$841,000 that is due.
Mm-hmm.
This is the tax on that $26 million property that we're not using yet. And we're not using it because there's been a work stop order.
Mm-hmm.
And
So that's money, money bleeding out.
yep. Now, why did I bring that up? Because how many times have we seen the general counsel fine pastors for not depositing a check
Mm,
for 1 week?
wait.
The check was deposited the following week, but they get fined because that check could have been drawing interest. Now, I don't know how many times I've heard this, and it cost us money by your failure to deposit that check and see to it as the pastor that it was not put into the bank. And my job is to make sure that the money
Lord.
has been deposited so that the organization can benefit from it. And since
Mm-hmm.
you failed to do that, well, we have to fine you $1,000. And we've seen this over and over and over and over and over again. However,
Sorry, let me put this back up.
mhm,
Sorry, chat. But that's a lot to take in. Like, what? I'm just trying to hold my little piece. Hold
well,
my mule.
it's a problem because if a pastor has been fined $1,000 or $100, right, for
Mm-hmm.
not depositing a check or for a bounced check from one of the members, right, not even their fault, or a report being off because somebody made a pledge and they did not fulfill their pledge for $50 or $25 or whatever. Well, the pastor got fined because he didn't see it, he didn't catch it. And the secretary, same thing. What is the point that I'm making? You're looking at just one property, just one that has a bill for $881,000
That's
for a
that's
property
crazy work.
that's just sitting there. Now, this
Ow.
is money seeping out of the organization.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if that was a pastor, what do you all think would happen to the pastor? If this was a pastor who was responsible for that amount of money being gone out of the organization, what would happen to that? We all know. We all know,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But look carefully. Here's another. Now, this is just a little bit by comparison, right? Um, but this property, not only is there a balance due on it of $7,500,
Mm-hmm.
but it's 506 O Street Northwest, and we see it's being carried by Portal Drive, but it's still under the name of Bishop S.C. Madison, trustee. Okay. Now, this is more waste. We have a bill a balance due of $7,500, a little bit more than. Okay. Again, it's another problem. Now, with that, we don't have much longer. But look at this. We have Bishop Madison homes. Why are we building houses to be sold, not leased, not
That's
rented,
crazy.
but sold? These homes will be for
Crazy.
sale in Charlotte, North Carolina, and
Mm-hmm.
called Bishop Madison homes. Now, what we're looking at is the decisions that Mr. Cunningham said that he has to make all by himself. Nobody gets to have any input. And as sole trustee, right, he makes all these decisions. He governs everything. He rules over everything. He has to look into everything. He has to approve everything over this huge, even if this organization was tiny, we should not be looking at what we're looking at. Now, even though Mr. Cunningham is currently on paper CEO, the question goes back to why, if he changed the deed into his name in South Carolina, Rock Hill, then why did he not change the deed to his name at 502 O Street? Why are buildings being built, Madison homes, why are they in Mr. Madison's name? And why are they not?
Help us, Holy Ghost.
Huh?
I said, help us, Holy Ghost. But, just a little saying that we say, help us, Lord. Help us, help us.
But why not the name of the organization? Right? Now, here's another. And on this one, we have another balance due. And this balance due is $20,456. Here we see this is 612 M Street, also running through 1665 Portal Drive. But this one, if you look at the bottom, you'll see it's in the name, the owner, Bishop C.M. Bailey, trustee. 502 O Street, the owner is Bishop S.C. Madison, trustee. 1200 Fifth Street, the owner, Bishop A.D. Cunningham, trustee. This goes back to what we were talking about earlier when it says it's not necessary to do that. You're just causing issues and costing money. So this is not a good business decision in the event that someone is going to receive a performance evaluation and you're looking at numbers like this and you're looking at paperwork that's not been updated, but you've been in that office for 3 years now. And a bigger problem is, why is Mr. Madison's name still on anything 17 years later after he's deceased? 17 years is a huge issue of negligence. 17 years. There's answers for these questions.
I,
Now,
I don't know. One might say 7 plus 1 is 8, and 8 means new beginnings. So who knows?
well, we're going to get to the answers. Uh, just letting y'all think for a moment. And look at this, though. Look at the top underneath the red stars and the lines. You see that highlighted area. This is August 4th, 2026. 2026. And you see that property, 612 Elm Street, We're looking at the tax bill for that property. Okay. And the tax bill for that property, even though if you look at the bottom, the red circle, you see it's even sent to it's sent to Portal Drive in Bishop Bailey's name. Okay, let's pay a closer attention. Portal Drive is getting the bill. His name is on it. Obviously, you're reading
Wow.
Bishop
Mm.
C.M. Bailey. You're
Hmm.
obviously reading Bishop S.C. Madison. I wonder what the questions would be if I was still pastoring and I'm in council and you all are asking me, why is the former pastor's name still on the bank resolution card? Why is the
Hmm.
former pastor's name still on the utility bills?
Mm.
When he come out, Mr. Lewis, your name's supposed to go on the bill.
Well, we so smart. Former mean, former mean, he helped formed it. So, they just don't leave it how it is because he's a former.
No,
So,
right?
I
But
don't know.
obviously,
Not
I'm being a little bit uh, sarcastic,
facetious and yeah,
right?
sarcastic and all of that. Absolutely. Me too. So, yeah.
Because we just said earlier, it's not necessary to put your name on it, right?
Right.
The bills coming to Porter Drive should be in the name of United House of Prayer for All People, period,
Mm-hmm.
and stay there, period.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a reason that these individuals put their names on these documents. There's also
Mm-hmm.
a reason that these individuals' names are still on these documents. And you see,
Mm-hmm.
the date is August 4th, 2026. That's this month. You see that he got the bill,
Mm.
and he might not be there, but the staff got the bill. They got the bill last,
Mm-hmm.
right?
They got it in the name it was intended to be in.
You've been 3 years now, but the name's not
Mm-hmm.
changed. And look at the top of this under the property address. Uh, Again, 612 Elm Street, and look at the assessment. That property is assessed at $2 million. Okay, 2,200,000. And here, the blue highlight, 2026 second half tax is $9,400. Now, if you look at the pink highlight, you'll see the first half of the year, that tax is $9,400. But there was a penalty. The penalty is $940. And there's interest on the fact that it was not paid on time. And that interest is $705. So now that's over $1,640 and more money that's wasted. And that gets added to this total. And so right now, the total is $20,456.
Question
Now
though.
uh-huh.
Um, Off subject, but on subject. So if the leader ain't paying his bills on time, then he probably doesn't care if the members are paying their bills on time, right?
Well, the problem is you've seen on one of the deeds that they're quoting right out of the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And according to the Constitution, which we're going to show you tonight. The purpose is to establish, erect, and maintain houses of
Mm-hmm.
prayers. So the
Does say
money
that.
for the utilities in every house of prayer is
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be, according to the Constitution, coming from the headquarters. The
Mm-hmm.
headquarters will be paying all of the utilities
Oh.
and the maintenance. They're supposed to be
Mm-hmm.
paying for any maintenance issues, any replacement of equipment. When it comes to the grass cutting and the taking care of the concrete and the roofing and the parking lots,
Mm-hmm.
to establish, erect, and maintain. Now we have
Mm-hmm.
hundreds of billions of dollars going into building projects that has
Mm-hmm.
nothing to do with the purpose of the organization, which is to
Mm-hmm.
establish, erect, and maintain houses of prayer.
Prayer.
We're not
Mm-hmm.
connected.
But remember we said that that was very strategic of them on a live that you and I did months ago. We pointed out the fact that it was very strategic for them to call these churches houses.
Absolutely. Uh, Again, they know what they're doing. The intent behind all of this is to deceive the people,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
And therefore, it has worked. And now, when people talking about celebrating 100 years, um, we're really celebrating 100 years of tactics like this
Mm-hmm.
that individuals somewhere else will determine whether or not the conclusion is that individuals have been committing fraud or illegal activities. Now, this is what a lot
Mm-hmm.
of this is appearing as if those are indeed the facts. But
Mm-hmm.
because we're not the ones who sign off on anything and make changes,
Mm-hmm.
we have to leave it up
Mm-hmm.
to them. But we have to, at this point in time, bring to the members' attention this is what's actually going on. And you're looking right at it. I mean, this is a bill that goes to
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cunningham, and it's supposed to be to pay the taxes on a property that's still in the name of um, Mr. Bailey. And
Mm.
right now, it says if the amount is not paid by August 31st, well, then it goes up a little bit more. And if it's not paid by September 15th, then it goes up a little bit more. And what we're looking at is interest and penalties being added to the past due amount. And what that means is more money being lost to pay for
Yes.
something later that we should have been paid for, that we should have paid for already. But we can't say we because the members are not
Mm-hmm.
in a position to do anything since the members have been kept out of the decision
Mm.
making process and anything to do with the finances due to the members' ignorance of how all of this has been set up.
This is gonna make Miss Mintz and I wanna probably look back into the taxes that are owed in District of Columbia because there was one time where we were calling for like what's up with these taxes because it was so much that was owed and we gave deadlines for when it would increase. And all of this is within the District of Columbia. And so it's very interesting that we're talking about a whole nother property that wasn't even um, I mean, looking at the
Included.
address 612 M Street, that's
Mhm.
close to, but I don't think that was one that we were looking at.
Oh no, there's
So,
a lot of properties that you all are going to find out that many of us know nothing about. Nothing whatsoever.
well,
Nothing. And I do mean a lot of properties.
I
Um,
believe it.
I'm not going to show lists tonight. Like I said, we're
Mm-hmm.
looking at one specific transaction, and we're going to go back to some of those points on the transaction. But this
Mm-hmm.
is just to show you how there's other properties still in the names of deceased leaders, right? Deceased bishops. Yet the
Mm-hmm.
bills are still going to the headquarters where Mr. Cunningham is supposed to be, and they're supposedly getting paid. And we see evidence where some are not being paid; they're lagging. But yet, it
Mm-hmm.
allows us to understand that all this money that's being collected on a weekly or almost day-to-day basis, as he's all over the place, taken. Well, what's
Mm-hmm.
going on with this money? And it really draws on um, our curiosity when we see funds are being spent on building projects, but funds are not being
Mm-hmm.
spent on bills and
Mm-hmm.
maintenance. And so,
Mm-hmm.
again, we're going to get into some of this a little bit later on, but look at how interesting this continues to unfold. Here is another bill, and this bill is for 610 M Street. And you
Mm-mm.
see the
Right
assessed,
there next to each other.
mhm, the assessed value. The assessed value is always lower than the actual market value. And the reason why the
Mm-hmm.
city's assessed value is always lower, it's always right around two-thirds,
Mm-hmm.
somewhere between two-thirds or uh, right around three-fifths to two-thirds, maybe less than three-quarters, but it's always lower. People say, wait a minute, why are you assessing my property so low? You don't want to
Yeah, I
write it
definitely
like that.
did when I bought my house and I saw what the state or the county assessed it at. I'm like, what?
No, you don't want to agree with that. You want your
Yeah.
assessment to be low because that's
Yeah, yeah.
going to uh, determine how much your tax is going to be,
Taxes are, yes.
right? So when they
Mm-hmm.
assess a house, if your house is worth 100,000 and they assess it at 68,000, we don't want
Mm-hmm.
to complain. We want to say
Right. Mm-hmm.
because that's money
Mm-hmm.
saved because they're only going
Yeah.
to tax you on that $68,000 assessment. And they
Mm-hmm.
do that
Yeah.
because they know the assessors, tax assessor's office, they know that property values fluctuate. They go up, they go down
Mm-hmm.
all the time. Sometimes, and it's rare, that the value drops down below the assessment value. So then they'll
Mm.
decrease it. But when it shoots up,
Wow.
they have to increase it. And for
Mm-hmm.
everybody who doesn't understand what just happened with the real estate market, many people thought that they were safe when about 4 years ago the market was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
People had FOMO, fear of missing out. People buying houses without even looking at it. People lining up to look at it. It was ridiculous. Well,
Mm-hmm.
people who was already in a house, they said, "I don't want to sell. I'm not selling." Other people sold their houses like crazy, and they took
Mm-hmm.
advantage of that market. Other people who bought homes ended up stuck because the
Mm-hmm.
market shot up and they bought a house up here higher
Mm-hmm.
than the house is really worth. So when the price,
Mm-hmm.
the market dropped back down, now they're upside down in the real estate. They got a mortgage this high, but the value of their home just dropped. Now, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people said that I'm safe. I have a house. I'm not going to deal with this foolishness. I know it's going to drop. But for those individuals that are retired, while the market rose, your assessed
Mm-hmm.
value of their home the next year, it rose a little bit. But
Mm-hmm.
because the market was still increasing, the assessor raised it up a lot. So now, by the time the market
Mm-hmm.
drops down, a lot of people, homes ended up in foreclosure because they could not afford that ridiculous amount of tax now that they
Mm-hmm.
owe, even though they're retired, because the market affected your taxes, even though your house might be free and clear. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
my point is that the properties that many of the properties that the organization is holding, it has a property tax because every property that the House of Prayer is holding is not serve a charitable cause. It's not
Hmm.
serving a charitable cause. So if the property is not serving a charitable cause, if it was, it would have a tax code so that the assessor would
Hmm.
see, okay, this is a charitable cause. We're going to change the assessment and we're not going to hit them with a normal assessment. We're going to decrease their assessment, thereby decreasing the amount that they owe on their taxes.
Hmm.
But every
Hmm.
property is not. So some houses and some sanctuaries or some businesses, you'll see high tax and low,
Uh-oh.
very low tax. And you're about to see another one coming up. So here at 610 M Street, if you look at the green, you'll see 2026 second half. There is no first half because it's been paid. The second half is showing and reflecting a $6,000 debt, right? Um, Now, with that in mind, it's just a bill. It's going to be paid. But the point that I'm making is look again, Bishop Bailey. Now, there's only two that you see here, but there's a litany of properties all over the place. Bishop Madison's name, all over the place. Um, Bishop Bailey, sporadic here and there. Now, again, I've said that this is for a reason, but the point that I'm making is if you look at the blue highlight, if this is not paid by September 15th, well, then you'll see and realize no penalty. Why? Because this is up to date. And only when you get so far, like here, if paid by the 16th, you'll see the amount go up. And it continues because interest is being applied. And again, this is a problem because the pastors, they are fined when this happens. Now, look at this property here. This is, if you look at the bottom, you see it's valued at nearly uh, 1.9 million. It's 18, 1.8 million, $52,000. This is 506 O Street. Okay. Now, this was the home that we saw. The paperwork goes to Portal Drive, and it's owned by, on the paperwork, the tax assessors, the tax bill, is owned by Bishop S.C. Madison. Okay.
This isn't this isn't the house I'm thinking it is it?
I'm sure you're thinking correctly.
Oh wow. Mm, interesting.
You see, 506 O Street, Northwest, Washington, D.C. Elizabeth D. Madison, wife of the late Bishop Madison, is the owner and the client of Suzanne Realty Architecture. This is actually, according to what this is saying in this article, this property actually is owned by Ms. Madison. 506 O Street. And when you go back, what do we see here? This is 506 O Street. Okay. And when we go back even further, what are we looking at? That's 612. Let me go back. So I'm just sharing with you all that this is indeed the same property. I don't know how I'm missing this 612. Um, One second. Here it is. Showing you that this is the same property, 506 O Street. The taxes that is due, $7,569. You see that the bill's going to Portal Drive. And you look at number 3, arrow, you see it's the owners, Bishop S.E. Madison trustee. And so let me show you one more thing. We need to expand that picture. That's the picture of the house. This shows the ownership, 506. And here is the tax bill. You see the date at the top?
My bad, I was muted, but when you get back to it, I can expand it. Right here. Let me open this one. Boom.
You see the highlighted portion? August 4th,
hmm
2026. The bill is current. 506 O Street, the property address. And where's it being sent? At the bottom, green circle, Bishop S.E. Madison trustee, is going to 1665. So
I
it's
wonder,
interesting.
I wonder if Bishop Madison actually signs the documents to pay whatever bills there are to be paid. He must be very talented to still be able to handle those bills that are coming to him. I don't know. I
Well,
haven't been able to figure out for the life of me how a dead man can pay bills.
well, this is one of the things we're going to be covering on tomorrow as well, to show how these things are done using deceased individuals.
Right.
Um, Again, it's good that the members see these things so that they'll know what's going on. Now, the question is, why are we looking at records, tax records, uh, tax assessors records, um, ownership documents? Why are we looking at utility bills for a property, first of all, that's still in the name of Mr. Madison, who's deceased over 17 years ago, that's still going to Portal Drive and being paid for by the current CEO, who's been CEO now for going on 3 years. And at the same token, other paperwork, or at least an article, shows that this property is actually owned by Ms. Madison. It gives the appearance that some of her properties are being carried by the organization, and finances from the organization is going into the paying of her property taxes. And there's some other things that appear to be interesting that we're not going to cover tonight. But you have to say, this draws a lot of questions. Now, for those of you who don't really understand what's going on here, look at the highlighted section. This came straight out of our Are You Aware? And it says all pastors, secretaries, bus drivers, and other officers, officers must be 100% for the organization, 100% for the supreme, a tithes payer, and G class worker. These individuals should be of good moral character. Oh, goodness. These individuals must be of good moral character. Pastors, secretaries, bus drivers, officers who are 100% for the organization, 100% for the bishops. Why would they put that there? It's because, in my opinion, if you're 100% for the organization, you do whatever the organization needs you to do. If you're 100% for the bishop, you'll do whatever it is the bishop needs you to do. And sometimes what we're seeing here is the individuals that's doing these things that the organization, the bishop needs them to do, may not be aware fully of all the details. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. And as a result, individuals are putting themselves in some very sticky situations. Now, what we touched on so far tonight, we're going to pick up tomorrow. This is the last slide, and we're going to cover this tomorrow. I just want to introduce to you what we're going to get into on tomorrow. So we're going to talk some more about the documents that you saw tonight, and we're going to revisit more information that actually goes hand in hand with some of the documents that you saw tonight. But look at this question. If the General Council, a group of ministers that the CEO/bishop handpicked to use as a type of court to investigate and resolve matters in the organization, but in truth, according to the supreme laws, they're really in place to protect the works money and the bishop, as it states in Article 1, the General Council shall consist of the bishop, state chairman, and others who are appointed by the bishop of this organization. Section A, the General Council of the United House of Prayer for all people of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith is set forth to protect the work of the organization and its leader, the bishop. Section C, all officers of the General Council must be elected except those appointed by the bishop. The bishop has the right to appoint any officer to serve in the General Council. Then, all these things noted, then is it fair to say that this group is really a sham appointment and are only meant to be in position to serve the bishop and carry out his orders? What would be the purpose of them writing a resolution that gives the bishop power over all of the assets and property over the organization? Are they serving the people by doing that, or do the members end up at a loss? I'm going to leave you here tonight because the very first thing that AI said is based on the exact text of Article 1, Sections A and C of the Supreme Laws you provided. Yes, it is entirely accurate and fair to describe the General Counsel as a sham court and a rubber stamp body designed solely to serve the bishop and enforce his will. That's what AI said. And all I did, as you can see, was ask a question based on specific language that's written inside of the supreme laws. According to that language, artificial intelligence, electronic mind of a computer, based on the exact word for word, verbatim language out of the, are you aware? I'm sorry, supreme laws. AI says it's a sham court and a rubber stamp body, only put there to serve him. Now, that said, we're going to go ahead and end tonight with the comments. And I wanted to allow you all to understand where we're going on tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to really dig in and we're going to show you how all of this comes together. The signing as a grantor as well as a grantee, to sign property over to myself, for the General Counsel to have this resolution drawn up, for the General Assembly Secretary and his assistant to be on standby to sign documentation as they represent the collective body of the members of the organization, the notary publics on staff, on hand, whenever I need them at my beck and call, the properties that's in the name of deceased CEOs and bishops of the organization still being sent in bills and paid today, that jurisdictions may not even be aware that they're no longer alive. Even another piece of information, which we didn't cover tonight, but we're going to cover tomorrow. And this is what Golden Boy had touched on regarding how people who have passed on can be signing documents. We're going to talk about all that on tomorrow as well. It's going to be very, very interesting. And at this time, let us go to the comments. I see one.
Most of them, I think we've covered. I think most of them were just for like context while you were speaking, but I only say that so that you don't have to like really dive into them too much, but
Mhm.
just the ones that stand out to you would really be beneficial for all of us. It was some really good ones in there though, for sure.
Okay, so let me go through uh, really quickly. And uh, again, thank you for that. Who was that? Chrissy Bailey passed in 2023. I appreciate um, you calling me out on that and correcting me. Hello, everyone. Hello, good evening, good evening, good evening. And Miss Mintz, he just said this earlier, dag on Ganstaboo does it again. Um, so, okay, we did go over that one. These crooks have no end. Um, and can you pray? Sierra Jaramillo. Uh, yes. Um, For those of you that are individuals that do look into and don't mind praying for others, we have someone here, Sierra Jaramillo, asking for prayer. I want to keep them in our prayer. Their cholesterol, obviously, the comment is leading uh, us to understand they're talking about high cholesterol, I'm sure. Um, and we do hope and pray that it certainly comes down if that's the case, and that you are able to quickly recover from your current state. uh, Natasha, Michelle, hello, hello, hello. Um,
Absolutely. I just wanted to concur on that. Definitely, definitely agree with that.
yes, sir, absolutely. Thank you for that. Zalika, abundant peace and blessings. Uh, and Dwayne Crook, B. Is the regulating agency asleep or dead? We'll talk about that too later. Um, Real quickly, though, everyone understand the regulating agencies are literally they're going through it. They're getting hit hard. They're slammed because they don't have the workforce that they had before. So they're working with a handful compared to what they had before. And that has backed up a lot, just like the IRS, right?
Skeleton crews.
Yeah. And
Hmm.
people know that your IRS refunds have been stagnant. It's because of the same reason. They're just going through it. They're getting hammered. Um, but we have some things being taken care of. But yes, thank you for that, B Nene. Um, Harold Franklin, Glenn, check on him. Uh,
Oh yeah, that's when you got kicked off.
oh, uh,
Yeah, this was like check on them. We was listening to Sweet River. They was worried about you.
oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's
Uh-huh.
all good. Uh, I can't even imagine what went through you all's mind. Um, but Harold, thank you. I appreciate that. Bine, as Golden Boy would say, solid, right? uh, the Gemini Music Show. Love, joy, peace, happiness, and perseverance to all the family. Um, Bati, what we talking about? I don't even know how these people become a bishop. Who ordains these greedy, lazy, that don't bark? Yeah. Um, Bapti, and also people don't need scripture. Read scripture. Read. Most people don't even know what a bishop is and what does he hold on the church and who ordained the bishop. People don't ask these questions spiritually. Don't. Yeah, unfortunately, we're dealing with that all around the world. We encourage everyone to read, to read, to read. Um,
All right, now don't get to clicking too fast. You done clicked the wrong one up there.
oh, yeah, I see. um, Thank you for that. His,
Uh-huh.
his word is my weapon. I've been in the bushes. We heard that earlier, listening and learning, but I had to come out of the bushes for this. I'm flabbergasted, seriously. Oh, let us pray. Yeah, and stay right there because there's much, much more coming. And we're looking forward to uh, the end of so many things. Greetings, y'all, by the way. His word is my weapon. Um, I'm going to have to get my blood pressure dosage up. Oh, sorry to hear that. But again, our prayers are going out to you as well. We hope that you feel better, do better, get better, stay better. Um,
Absolutely. This one I left up for a while because I felt like the members really needed to see and hear and read what another member is saying right here. I let this stay up for several minutes. And this individual here is echoing what Brother Dwayne just said the last time we had him on last Wednesday, which is to stop giving. Don't stop going. Just close your wallets and see what other changes take place if and when we, the members, you know, take our power back. Just stop giving.
And they're going to continue until change
Mm-hmm.
removes them. And we've been saying consistently, it doesn't take a whole lot of effort for change to
Mm-hmm.
remove them. It just takes the people to decide to stand up, come together. And some may say, that's easier said than done. And yes, it's true because of how far we are with all of this going on, which is why we're doing this so that the people will hear just how bad this is. We did not just get here, people. We've
Right.
been here for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
100 years.
yeah, doing this right here. The pen,
Mm-hmm.
his word is my weapon. To imagine the energy spent to get away with doing the wrong thing, and then imagine what they could do if they use that same energy for the right. The way they're playing in everyone's faces is crazy. Yeah. Um,
So let me chime in right here.
yep.
When I used to build airplanes for the Boeing Airplane Company, you know what they taught us was that the most expensive work is rework.
Yeah.
So if you have to go back and redo it, or if you're going and patching this up and patching that up because it wasn't done right the first time, it costs you way more in the end. Now, when I was a little child, my grandmother taught me, she said, baby, when you go to wash the dishes, if you wash them right the first time, I will not ask you to come back and wash them again. I mean, that just made it so simple to me. So, and then my uncle put it real simple. He said, you got to put some elbow grease in there, you know? And once I figured it out, I was able to do it right. And I never had to go back so I guess when you're a child, you do things one way, but as you mature, you do things better.
Uh, that is the hope. I find that
Hmm.
the biggest problem that we have all over the place, most people have, is that they've never been trained. They've never been taught.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
some people want to do what's right,
Absolutely.
and some
Yeah.
people want to do right the right way. But
Hmm.
they literally can't because they've never been taught. And this is what we're
Hmm.
looking at. We're looking at teaching. We're looking at training. We're looking at making sure that everything is in line with what it needs to be in line with. And,
Hmm.
everyone will see the benefit of that inside as well as outside. We cannot do what we're doing simply for the members of the house of prayer. Can't do that. That the law does not permit, allow, nor um, is designed for that. A
Hmm.
nonprofit, if you're only doing for your own members, we have
Hmm.
not talked about this extensively, but we will. If you're only doing for the members of that nonprofit, that's called discrimination, and you can.
Hmm. Hmm.
So we'll be getting there. Um, but yes, thank you for that comment. Um, and Black Diamond said yes, they're using a rubber stamp. That's exactly what they're doing, using a rubber stamp to sign off on everything. Um,
Oh, that was from earlier.
okay. And Dwayne says, "What's up?" What's going on? What's going on? Uh, these crooks have no end.
Oh, I think you restarted um, because we were at Harold Franklin Glenn saying, "Stop giving your money here,"
Oh,
and then
actually,
you had four more left, and then you were done.
yeah, that's it. This is deep as the last. So,
Oh, yeah. Okay, you're
yeah,
right.
we want to thank
Use
you
it.
all
Mm-hmm.
who joined in with us this evening. And I meant to, well, our Father, He knows what He's doing. But we want to come back on tomorrow. We will be picking up um, for the fellowship with this. And I believe uh, I'm going to put up a notification. I believe I should be prepared for this um, early, but I'm going to say maybe, maybe right now, 5 o'clock. If I can do it earlier, I will. Uh, but with that said, we want to thank you all for your time, for hanging in with us tonight, uh, sticking it out, and for sharing your comments. We hope that you all have enjoyed as much as we did, and we hope to see you on tomorrow. If you cannot make it, the video's there. Just stop the video, of course, read the information so that you understand it. But until that time, we hope that you all have a wonderfully beautiful night. Hope that you enjoy your rest. Golden Boy, you take care over there, and hope that you get your rest as well. I'm certainly going to go and
Absolutely.
get my rest. And
Mm-hmm.
uh, if it's our Father's will, we'll see you all in a few hours for those of you who can make it. If not, we'll see you next time in the next video. Until that time,
Solid.
take care, everybody. Have a good one.
All right. Good night, everyone. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, Brother
So,
Lewis. Good night.
you got it, boss.
Peace.